Hey guys, sorry, I don't know what the deal was. StreamYard did not want to cooperate, so I am sorry about that. But yes, we are going to be talking about the Adam Montgomery murder case. This one's a little, well, it's got some really bad facts in it. He's accused of killing his daughter and kind of shoving her in a duffel bag, and kind of toting her around. But it's also got some kind of like Daryl Brooks themes to it, vibes to it as well. That's already happened. It's been a couple days in, and he's already acting a fool. That thumbnail I put in there, the way he's acting, looking like kind of like a moron, kind of a bit of a dip. From what I've been able to tell, that's pretty much an accurate reflection of what's going on with this guy. But somebody has been covering it from the start, and um, this pretty much started right after Michelle Crumley, or not Michelle, Jennifer Crumley. Somebody who's been kind of covering it from the start is the Brooks Baker, and we're gonna bring him in right now, and he can kind of we'll say hi and go from there. How you doing, Baker?
I am doing absolutely fine. And yeah, I've been covering it since his gun trials back last year.
So he had a gun. He had another trial last year.
6 charges: two for stealing weapons, two for
Mm.
keeping weapons as a felon, and two for distributing weapons as a felon. 65 years.
Oh, so he's doing 65 years no matter what. Okay.
Yeah,
So
and I think that I don't know how much do what you saw him pleading
I,
to.
I didn't see him plea. I just saw all the pictures of him. He just looks like a big smartass. But I guess that makes sense why he's not taking this seriously now, because he's not getting out.
Well,
Looks like.
actually, he kind of. I thought it was really intelligent for a
Mm.
guy like him, because he pled to falsifying physical evidence and abuse of a corpse. He said, "Well, I did that to keep the gore out of the courtroom," is kind of what they imply. So he still has second-degree murder and second-degree assault on the books, but if you plead guilty
Hmm.
to those, that's an 8-year max.
Hmm.
And if you're
So,
doing 65 years and you can get Kayla to be the reasonable doubt.
hmm. So and the murder charge and the abuse of a corpse is involving his daughter.
Yeah,
Do I understand that right? So he's accused of
yeah.
murdering his daughter.
By multiple strikes to the head, between 12 and 9 and 12 punches to the face.
Do they know why he did it, or do they have an idea why he did it?
You want to give you the rundown of
Yeah,
the
sure,
event?
if you don't mind. Yeah.
They had been. He just got custody over her in the summer. Her mom, massive crack addict. He was massive crack addict. He had seen his daughter 40 hours in the 4 years she's been on this planet, and the judge said, "Yeah, I'll be fine," like the critical drinker would say it, and gave him
Ooh.
custody. The second degree assault is at some point his uncle, who he lived with in his grandma's house,
Hmm.
saw her with a shiner, and he claimed he had roughed her up because she had been smothering her younger brother because he was crying, and dad was in the shower. Her
Hmm.
brother must have been, I think, 7 months at the time when she allegedly did that. So that's the second degree assault. Then they get evicted. When the grandma moves to Florida, she gets a heart problem. The uncle goes down there. They get evicted from her house and lives in a car. While they live in the car, the story is she digresses in her. She goes back to peeing in her pants and having
Hmm.
accidents.
Yeah.
And he just punched her in the face whenever she peed her pants, because that's what normal people do. And
Hmm.
then this morning, the morning of, this is where the two different stories come in. Kayla claims they were on the way to Burger King. In an intersection, she has an accident in her pants. He turns around multiple times, punches her in the face till she
Hmm.
starts making a weird sound, and he says, "I think I really hurt her this time." So they just throw a blanket over her head, goes to McDonald's and get a burger, and go home and do what crack addicts do: a little H, a little rock, and look and find out. Oh, She's not saying anything. They didn't feed her. They feed the other two kids in the back seat, who
Hmm.
never saw anything, never reacted to anything, according to Kayla. Then they drive off. The car breaks down, and they found out, oh, she's deceased. So he folds her in half and puts her in the duffel bag, and then travels around with it for months, with the liquids running out of it. They have it on ceiling tiles. His story, or the defense's story, is that he was out getting money to help the family because they were evicted. And when he came home that morning, she was dead. She had been alone with Kayla. She was dead. To help Kayla and protect his boys, he helps her covering it up.
Hmm.
That's the reasonable doubt they want to put in here.
Is she been charged at all, or no?
No, she has
They
two
don't. They don't
charges.
believe her at all, right? They don't believe him at all, right?
No.
Okay.
It just sprang out doing out this opening statements that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And she was on the stand Friday, and Elaine 2.0 is doing a bang up job of having a convicted liar admitting to lying. She spent 4 hours asking her, "You lied, yeah. So you lied, yeah. You're convicted of lying, yeah. So you lied, yeah."
Hmm.
Interesting strategy, Cotton.
Okay. So, and then on top of this, he is now, and like we talked about, he's already pled out a couple of offenses, but since then he's also, he's been refusing to show up to court, right? A couple of these days
Yeah.
so far.
Yeah, because they
So,
want to strip search him. So he didn't want to go.
and this is actually a problem because, he has to be there, but if he doesn't show up, that requires, can they hold the trial without him? Yes, they can. It's a very difficult process, but it requires, the court's really reluctant to do that because it could cause a problem there. But yeah, do you kind of recommend, like, get starting off on the first day, or kind of where do you think we should start out at? Because I know,
The first day was a wash.
yeah,
The only important
in the first day, the
is
judge took the jury out to go
yeah,
see everything.
it was such. They seated the jury and came in at around
Mhm.
11, I think. And then she said, "Well, we don't have time for opening. Go prepare yourself. We're going to go on a little hike. That's nice. It's like school." And then they had oh, you're going to see the crack house. You're going to see the methadone clinic. You're going to see an intersection. It's just boring stuff. And then all of a sudden, when I was about to shut down, they came back, and then he pled guilty to the two charges of falsifying physical evidence, which is a class B,
Hmm.
I believe, felony, and the abuse of a corpse is a misdemeanor, which I don't understand.
Why is abuse of a corpse a misdemeanor? Or
Because New Hampshire?
I'm not sure why, because yes, I think in Ohio that would have been a felony, but I think it all depends just how they charged it. Um. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Um.
No, I looked
So
it up, and it just said a misdemeanor, and then MG said, "Well, then it's maximum of a year." That's why I think it's pretty, because you don't have to prove you're innocent. You just have to raise reasonable doubt, and if you can put Kayla in there, yeah,
so that's basically his thing is, I came home and my crackhead girlfriend killed her, not me.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And I would say, because she has two convictions of perjury to a grand jury, so she's serving, I believe it's 2 years out of her 3.5 to 7, and the other one is a 3.5 to 7 that she
Oh.
doesn't
Oh,
have to serve.
really?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
wow.
She lied about being at work because she changed the story 5 times,
Hmm.
and she's the
Okay.
crown witness.
Yeah. Okay. So, because I know I had done some things there, and I know she was not the. I know she was the star witness for the state, saying, like, he did this. I watched him do it. I saw this happen. I didn't know she had lied to the grand jury, though. But yeah, that's not good when it's one thing if you're not truthful on the stand, but when you're, I completely lied to the grand jury. That is just, yeah, that's a little bit more than Yeah, that's not a good look. That
No,
really does.
and she got convicted because they had her time schedules. From she was working. She claimed she was working at Dunkin' Donut that day. He brought her to Dunkin' Donut, then went down to Massachusetts, where Crystal, the mother, lives, and gave the daughter back to her. That's her first three statements. Is before two interviews before the grand jury and at the grand jury. But then they pull out her worksheets and said, "Oh, honey bunny, you were fired 2 weeks before because you stole money from the register, so you couldn't have been at working that day." And then she did a proffer interview where she all of a sudden it was Adam who did it. He punched her repeatedly in the face, and a second proffer interview where she kind of elaborated on that one. So, and that's why I said that's what the defense should really hammer home. You changed your tune the second you had to save your own behind. But yeah, I call this the defense attorney Elaine too. She has the same voice as our lovely Elaine Braderhoff, and she has a just as her sister, she has a problem with microphones.
Excuse me. Well, that was the thing. You call her Elaine too, and I listened to it. I listened to things for just a minute earlier. Um, I kind of get the Elaine vibe, but you make it sound like just she's not very well. Is she as bad as Jennifer Crumley's attorney? I know she wasn't like Elaine, but she just wasn't very. You could, just kind of not very like good at doing her job. Do you get that vibe too from her?
Well, she hasn't claimed yet that she wants to unalive kids or whatever that was in the Crumply case. That was weird.
She drinking a
But
bunch of wine and hating
yeah,
TikTok.
and I hate my kids sometimes.
Yes.
No, she's not that, but she just can't get to the point. She spent 2.5 hours asking a convicted liar if she was a liar. And
Ah.
what they have a prison note. That's a sweet little
Mm-hmm.
prison note where she is writing down what she wants. She wants full immunity for everything she's done.
Mm-hmm.
She wants blah 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 something, and she wants to pickle the dickle on Adam one last time.
Mm.
I would have brought that up and say, you claim he beat you. You claim you didn't intervene in anything. You didn't go to the police because you were so afraid of him. But your only wish, other than full
Mm-hmm.
immunity, was another little reverse cowgirl. I think that would work better with the jury.
Okay, that's one way of putting it. um, so actually, why is this not working right for me? I tried to bring it up. There we go. So this is, he said, like I said, this was we were gonna start watching this and start trying to catch up on things here. Um, I mean, from what I've looked at, this is not the world's. This isn't a massive case. They don't have to do a ton as far as there's only so many witnesses they're going to have to show. There's only so many people they're going to have to. Am I wrong in that? Because they already had mom come in and testify. I can't imagine there's going to be a ton of witnesses
55
after.
to 65 is what they claimed.
Oh, I didn't see the. Why would they? They need 55 witnesses.
The pre-trial motion.
Oh, okay.
No, Brandon. You can turn out down the audio and go watch the birdies, and then we'll call
Yeah.
you back when we're saying something stupid. It happens a lot with me.
Well, don't worry.
No,
We can.
the first day of witnesses is only you have the mom, you have the foster mom.
Mm-hmm.
The foster mom kind of implies that there was the reason she couldn't have her was there was a lot of problems with the birth mom working with her,
Mm.
and the birth mom was just a sad story that I was on drug, I lost my kids. Then
Oh.
you had the CPS agent coming in saying, yeah, we were told that she had a shiner. We were told he beat her up, but I saw her once from a car and I talked to him, and that'll be fine.
Well, that is a very common thing with CPS. Like, oops, I thought it was good. That's a very common thing here in America. Uh, as that's a shame says for 499. Children Protective Services is a scourge on society. Yes, even in times where children's lives don't hang in the balance, they are A lot to be desired. A lot to be desired. You've probably heard David bitch about him more than once, and talked
I
to
heard
any.
Mo got in trouble with them because someone said something stupid,
Mhm.
and oh, we better check out she's not a bad person.
It doesn't take much, and then they have to say sorry. Everything's confidential. An unhung hero for $2 says, "Oh, I'm gonna come. Don't come. Don't come." Uh, let's go. Brandon for 199 says, "I'm gonna come on Sean if he's late." Well, just be
Stop
careful
it.
with your aim. Just be careful with your aim. And then when you come at the king, you best not miss. For $50, his defense attorneys are worse than a White Claw. Well, I think that's a bit of a, I know you guys are saying that, but I'm still not sure. But yeah, I'm surprised they're gonna have. So did they say how long this trial's gonna go? They think maybe what 2-3 weeks.
Apparently they had 6 weeks slotted, and then they have turned it down to 3 weeks.
Because of
But again, you don't have to prove the falsifying physical evidence
Mhm.
and abuse of corpse. We don't need to go that much into what really happened to the body after it was dead, because we know that it was carried around, and that's where most of the DNA evidence is. The only DNA evidence not linked to after the death is her toothbrush in the car. Other than that, yeah, we know she was in the back because he pled guilty to abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence.
Mhm.
So you don't need to. I'm afraid the state will do it just to make sure everyone knows how bad of a person he is.
Well, yeah, and they have to be careful about that, make it too prejudicial. So, you said, so is this a good point to start at here, or do you have, or they're kind of like, given like what you were doing, are there parts you think that are better to watch and focus on than other parts in this?
If I can be totally honest, there's
Yeah.
nothing in this trial till Kayla comes on.
Okay, so we
She
should.
is the star witness. You have the opening statements where Elaine goes in and say, "Oh, we changed it up. It's Kayla who done it."
Kayla's in the red shirt, right?
Yeah, she's
That's
the drugged out loser.
that's
She's
not
on
her,
day
right?
3. That's the birth mom.
Okay, that's birth mom. Okay,
That's
so
uncle. So
okay,
she's, and that was the CPS now mailman guy.
and then there's one of the
No,
sheriffs.
he's a nice guy. He's
Okay,
like a retired cop who became something. I can't remember what he called it.
he looks like
But
a nice guy. So you said she's day 3. Okay.
yeah, but I'm going because the only thing really of interest, because we know he had the kid. We know CPS did absolutely nothing. But I'm not that big into drugs. And I know you, as a good Christian channel, doesn't do anything. But tell me if she's on drugs.
Well, I say she might be on drugs, or she just might have been a residual lifetime drug user too. So,
Oh yeah, the uncle was a bit interesting. Well, he seemed either drugged up or just slow in the brains department.
okay. Well, if you do enough drugs, that does make you eventually you sound like you're always on drugs. So you said this is the mom here, right? This is her. From
This
what
is
I
stepmom.
this is stepmom. Oh, so what does mom look like?
Mom was the one in the
Oh, that was.
previous one.
Oh, you want to? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that was when I was looking through the clips earlier. I thought that was her. So I need to go to that. I need to go to birth mom, right?
It's not necessary. She doesn't have
Oh.
anything to say other than she started looking for her a year after she disappeared.
Oh, okay. So, but the stepmom the one that had her in the car and watched her get beat to death?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's what I was confused about. Sorry.
Yeah. The timeline is he goes to prison and stays there. He doesn't see Harmony till she's 6 months old on a visit to prison. Crystal then has her on and off. Crystal is birth mom. There's a lot of K's in this case, even though spelled with a C. But Crystal is the birth mom. She's a massive drug addict.
Yes.
And loses her. And the foster mom says, well, she was a sweet child. We had some problems working with the parents. And then again, after 40 hours of visitation or whatever he had with her in 4 years. He was granted custody by a judge who left the office 2 weeks later.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Because I'd read about this the judge getting the granting it to him because it didn't make sense how he had the kid all of a sudden he kills her. But I did read about the the children's case and he was granted custody. I didn't see that about the judge leaving office, but that's a great way to avoid accountability. That hey, I'm done, I'm out. Has anybody ever? I now I want to go back and see if he's ever been confronted about this because this is a very that's a heck of a way to handle your problems. Just like
Yeah.
up, I'm out, I'm done. But like a true government official, that's the way you handle it.
And again, you can always fail upwards or into a pension.
Yes. Well, that is that. I'm sure that's kind of the theme of governments all over the world. Even in Denmark, they do that.
Oh yeah, because
Fail
we're
your way into
socialist
retirement.
paradise. So we just had a major environmental scandal, and the city council checked the city council's role in it and found out they had done everything perfectly, even though they might not have done all the oversight they were supposed to do.
Oh,
But that was a mistake, and they will change that in the future.
they'll make
No
sure it
one
never
was
happens
fired.
again. Yes.
Yeah. Until next time.
Yes. And then Brandon for $5 says everything is cumulative, gratuitous, or irrelevant up to this lady. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then Steven says for $5, remember kids, don't do drugs. Well, that's always good advice. So, but you said this is where it gets. This is where.
Yeah, because this is the timeline. The
Mhm.
rest of it is just we saw her with a shiner,
Yeah.
and I didn't have my kid.
Well, and the whole thing where I'm sorry, but that CPS agent, I'm sure that CPS agent also isn't sitting there saying like, "Oh my God, this is my fault," because
No,
it
he
really
had a
was. It really was your fault.
he had a talk with him, and he saw her in a distance for 5 seconds. Clearly, no problem. Oh, they lived in a crack house where the refrigerator was connected to generator because they didn't have power, but that's fine because kids don't need much. Kids are resilient.
Well, that's impressive because I've seen cases where kids have been removed from a home for less than that, and wow.
Yeah, and as Aaron said, he left the CPS to be a mailman, so that's maybe a sign that he wasn't quite happy with his own performance.
Well, I mean, that's a you leave one gig into a better gig, so
Well,
because
yeah, and you take a 1/3 pay cut, but still.
yeah, you take a pay cut, but you get a good pension out of it. I'll tell you that much when you work for the feds. So, all right, so here's where you think we should go from. Is this
Yeah,
probably a good
this
place?
is as Brandon says, this is the case.
Okay.
This lady, believe her, and he's fried.
Okay, and Baker, like I said, I know you've already watched it. If you want to stick around for this, or if you need to go do some chores and come
Oh,
back in a couple minutes, whatever
no,
you.
because it's almost 6 o'clock my time, so I'll hang a bit
Okay.
before. I don't think I have to go back to bed and get
Mhm.
ready for a Swift Bowl tonight, so I'll hang out a
Okay.
bit.
Now, I was going to ask you because we're watching a trial in Connecticut, Michelle Trakunis, and the people talking it so slowly that we've been watching it at 1.25 speed, and it sounds normal. Do we watch this at normal speed, or do we speed it up, or no?
Someone was saying they watched it at 1.75, and she sounded normal in this one. So 1.25 should be good to go.
It drives me crazy when you hear people and they talk so.
Yeah, and
Slow.
Jim Satala, this is the lady who wanted to pickle his tickle one last time. Oh, they went on and had a third kid after he murdered his own kid. They had two, and then they made one more after she was so afraid of him.
Are you serious?
Yeah. It's always the ones who shouldn't have the cat that make babies, like they're rabbits or something.
Well, that too, yes. But so she watched him beat a kid to death, and it's like that's who I want to father my children.
You know, ladies, some of them like it a little rough.
This
Make
filly's
them
like,
all
I
the ones.
found the right stallion to sire me. Oh, good Lord. Hold on one
Yeah.
second. Did you just laugh? All right, here we go.
Oh yeah, she has a fourth kid too. Yeah.
You know, like generally speaking, I don't like the idea of states sterilizing people, but she should probably stop.
Yeah,
So,
she had her. She tried and she failed 4 times.
Kayla, can you begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Kayla Montgomery, Kayla Montgomery.
And how old are you, Kayla?
33.
Where do you currently live?
Not 32.
I am in the correctional facility for women's in Concord, New Hampshire,
How long have you been there?
for over a year,
Kayla, why are you currently incarcerated?
for perjury, for lying on to the jury about the whereabouts of where I was and where Harmony was.
And when you say lying to the jury, was that the grand jury?
Yes.
Did you also lie to the police?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Because I was scared, and I was told by Adam to stick with that story, that I got dropped off at work at Dunkin' Donuts, where I no longer worked at that time, and to say that he was bringing Harmony to meet her mother, Crystal, and that he dropped her off with her. And then when he came to pick me up from work, which I was not working there at the time, he didn't have her in the car, which that was a lie.
That story that you just told, that was what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
It's what you told the police?
Yes.
And was that in fact what happened?
No.
You said you've been sentenced for lying.
Yes.
You're living at the prison. Do you understand the consequences of providing false testimony?
Yes.
And since those lies, since your time in prison, have you sat down with investigators? Have you sat down with the Attorney General's office and provided additional statements?
Yes.
How many times?
About 4 times.
How many hours?
A couple hours at a time when they've came to see me, or I've gone out to the office to meet with them.
Did you reach a plea agreement with the state?
Yes.
And that was on the perjury charges.
Yes.
Other charges were dismissed, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, listen to her. This is just, she's not on anything. She's just, her brain has been on something for years and years and years.
Wait for it. This is daylight.
Oh,
This
this is the
we
daylight.
just-
Oh,
Sun has just risen above the horizon. She's just left the medication room in the prison. Now she's good.
okay.
Just enjoy. This is one of those trials where you sit back and think, maybe the Austrian painter were correct in that we had to call the herd sometimes.
All right. I'm looking forward to it then. Here we go. Okay.
The story that you just told about the defendant dropping Harmony off with Crystal, who came up with that story?
Adam,
Why did you stick to it?
because I was scared for myself and my children that are also Adam's, and for him, because I didn't want anybody to get in trouble, and I was scared.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Kayla, you referred to Harmony Montgomery just now. How do you know her?
She's Adam's daughter, and we started a year after we got together. He was working on getting custody of her, and he had to work to get custody of her. He wasn't just given her, and it took 4 years to get custody of her. And during those 4 years, we both visited her each week for a couple hours.
Was she your stepdaughter?
Yes.
Showing this witness what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 98 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Who's depicted in this image?
Harmony and myself.
And can you point to Harmony?
That's a beautiful picture
And is
with
there
the
a
duck
date associated
face.
with this image?
Yes, July
If
7th,
that's the best
2019.
one, you have to garner
Do you
some
recognize this
sympathy.
image?
Yes.
That's
Is it a fair and
that's
accurate
sad.
representation of Harmony on that day?
Yes.
Who's the other person depicted in that picture with Harmony?
Myself.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you that day?
That's some
Yeah.
white trash right there.
Do you know who took this photo?
I did.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd move to admit this direct ID and mark as full, States Exhibit 98,
Objection? Okay.
and publish.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit and it may be published to the jury.
In the beginning, she does.
In this photograph.
We were taking pictures and laughing, playing. We always did silly pictures.
You mentioned getting custody of Harmony at some point. Do you remember when that was?
It was the month of February of 2019.
And where were you living when you got custody of Harmony?
77 Guilford Street in Manchester, New Hampshire.
When you got custody of Harmony, was she potty trained?
Yes.
Was she potty trained after you got her or before you got her?
Before.
Did she have accidents when you first got her?
No.
So you mentioned 77 Guilford Street. When did you move into that home?
It was in 2018. Probably around April or May. I think it was around that time.
Whose home was it?
Adam's grandmother's, Helen Montgomery.
Did she live there with you at any point?
Yes, when we were staying there in the beginning, she lived there.
And in the beginning, who else lived there with you?
Adam's uncle, Kevin Montgomery, Adam's brother, Michael Montgomery, and Adam's brother's girlfriend, Kayla. I don't remember her last name.
Another Kayla. though.
No
And,
talk about any
myself
SA of the kids.
And Adam and
Oh, there's no talk about any
Yeah,
SA.
Seamus.
Okay.
During the gun
How old was
trials,
Seamus when he
it
moved
was
into that
floated
house?
that
about to
they
turn
may
one.
have how
Would
do
you
say
recognize
this
that
nicely?
Guilford-
rented her out for drugs, but
Okay.
nothing has been proven like that.
Okay, because that actually is a very common thing with children. They really regress if they've been, especially really young kids, if they've been assaulted. They regress very far back. But okay.
But no, there was talk about it by some of the people who knew the area during the gun trial, because again, it was method heads on parade, and there was talk about it was not common practice, but it was a practice that if you were a little lacking in the rock department, you could just lend them to your daughter for a while.
Mm.
But no one talks about this in this one.
And that's a shame, says, to be fair, it wasn't her kid that he beat to death. It's like, why she had more kids with him. It's like, that makes sense. He didn't beat her kids to death.
Yeah.
And then Dazoon says, is someone who's gonna who's gonna testify, who's in jail, are they allowed to dress in a suit before taking the stand? If they're not the defendant, no, they're not gonna be dressed out because it doesn't matter. They're in custody. I guess if their lawyer tried to arrange for some clothes for them to be brought over, you could maybe. And I guess if you were trying to do the defense, you might want to try to do it, but it still doesn't matter because it's going to come out they're stuck in jail. There's going to be a lot of times they're still going to be cuffed up. They're going to still be in chains and, have like a belly band and everything, all that stuff on, even leg shackles. Because it doesn't matter. It's not prejudicial to that witness to be seen in their jail uniform. So typically, no. And very rarely, I don't think I've ever seen where a non-defendant inmate who's testifying got dressed. There might be cases of it happening, but I have never seen it myself or heard of it. Because really, it doesn't matter at that point. It's a really good question, though. Because, the defendant always shows up dressed up. You never see him in his jumpsuit unless he's screwing around. But yeah, Kayla's wearing she's wearing her, all the crap she got from the jail today. So she's not wearing anything special.
And they actually talked about this before she was brought in. I think she's in leg irons, but they took the cuffs off.
Okay.
And they had a ruling because he was asked if he preferred shackles or the more restrictive ones.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I'll have shackles even though the jury can see it, because he knew it was be prejudicial, but it was more comfortable. But he doesn't show up, so it doesn't care. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and ultimately though, it's up to the jury to decide whether or not they trust her. So, but yeah, the prejudice is not as bad as if they could see, like, that's why you see the skirts around the tables for defendants, because they want to cover it all up. So, she looks like Valerie Bertinelli had a love child with Underdog. That's not nice. That's not nice. That's not nice to Underdog like that. So,
Street house, if you saw it today.
Yes.
Yes.
Sidebar. Mr. Squiggles, just curious, does an inmate testifying help reduce? Yeah, because
No,
she
I'm
got
having you
2
as
years
been
out of a
previously marked.
14-year sentence.
I'm sorry. What's the question here? Sorry, I was trying to run the.
Yeah, it's just Mr. Squiggles are asking if it reduces their time. Yeah, because she did a plea, so she's only have to serve 2 years out of her 14-year maximum.
Oh, for the perjury? Yeah. She has if they've worked it out, and depending on the place you're at, they'll say we will do X. Some offices don't actually make an agreement. They just say, based upon your testimony, if it's truthful, we will, we may offer you, we'll offer you a more favorable outcome, but they don't say what right off the bat. Depending on how successful it is, but they have the ability to make those deals because they're the ones that are holding the cards at that point. But yeah, she's not doing this because she wants to. And if there wasn't anything in it for her, she could easily assert her Fifth Amendment right and screw off. So she's doing this because there's an incentive out there for her.
Yeah, she didn't talk till they said, we have you twice lying to a grand jury, and that's 14 years combined.
Mm-hmm.
Then she remembered everything. Gotta love a jailhouse snitch.
And then President-elect Phil Swift for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat saying, this doesn't pertain to the case at all, but I'm now the proud owner of an LWRC Reaper Mark II and 308. Oh, very nice. Congratulations. God's Caliber. Oh, I think 556 is God's Caliber. Hey, congrats on 100 shows Thursday. Thursday shows, big guy. Thank you. Thank you, and congrats on your new acquisition. Hope you get to use it today or sometime soon while it's nice out. So
I'm so jealous. That's
yeah.
that's not the only thing I'm looking forward to going to Tennessee for, but
Yeah,
I want to go pew pew.
When are you coming to Tennessee?
The 13th till the 21st is
Of which month?
14th to 21st May.
Of May. Oh, it'll be nice then too.
Yeah, I hope so.
You can see bears. There's bears in Tennessee. There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, me and Brandon is going to save a lot of girls for going to college.
Oh, that sounds like fun. Oh,
Yeah,
so
but no, I really want to go pew pewing. The last time I was over there, I had my daughters with me, and I tried to set it up, but Delaware have a different rule set, so we couldn't do it.
Delaware's a little different, yeah.
Yeah.
Other than the beach, there's not much to do in Delaware anyway. So,
well, shopping, it's cheap.
Well,
with 2 teenage girls, that's fine.
Do you guys go to the outlet mall? There's a big outlet mall in Delaware.
No, we were in Rehoboth, home of your president.
I know where Rehoboth Beach is. Rehoboth Beach is very, very pinky up. That's a very hoity-toity place.
Yeah, we stayed in the middle of the state of Milton, I think the town's name. It's a little nothing town.
No, I
but
I know exactly where you're at because I I've had spent many a summer in Delaware. So
yeah, but
just like
lovely
just
people.
just like just down on the southern end of the state. So yeah, yeah.
Uh,
It's very
per-
weird
per-
when you're there. You're like, oh, I'm in Delaware, and you just see cornfield, and all of a sudden the beach.
Yeah, and it's very Danish. It's flat, and you have water, and you have farming. That's Denmark, and
Oh.
5 big cities.
Oh, do you guys also have you got to see all the graveyards with the concrete slabs on them, right?
No,
Did you notice
the
that
only
when you drive
graveyard
by? Oh,
I didn't notice, but we went to Arlington, but
Mhm.
I didn't know. I didn't.
well, not in Arlington. I'm talking about in Delaware.
I really didn't go. I'm not a big graveyard connoisseur, so
Oh,
I
well,
don't set off time specially to go check out.
well, no. If you're driving along, you happen to see them. They have to put concrete slabs over all the graves because when the hurricanes come through, the coffins will
Oh,
start popping out of the ground.
well, that's just a little extra exciting. But I saw a strip club in a strip mall. I thought that was good.
Well, yeah, that's America. That's not just Delaware.
Yeah,
So.
Brandon's going to show me how to behave in places like that.
Okay.
Something about a bottle of Malort before you go in.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Feral Housewife says good morning. Yeah, hello. Let's go. Brandon gifted 20 memberships. Well, thank you. Whoever gets one of those, I'm sure is going to be thrilled about it. So guys, I've thought about it tonight. What we're going to do is we are going to do for the members, we are going to do a live stream, members only, because I'm not really going to be watching Super Bowl. My team's not in it. I don't really care too much. So, and the quality of the commercials has gone way downhill over the past couple of years. So we're going to do a live stream probably tonight as the Super Bowl's going on for all the members. So be ready tonight, guys, if you want to join me. Should be fun. Oh, I like this. Strip clubs or trade schools for future OnlyFans models. That's funny. So
Are you going to do the Courtney Clenny? Well, not do her, but cover that.
I am going to. I think that's going to be very fun, but now there's just so many other issues with it that I think that trial's going to get postponed because of her attorneys with what they did with their parents because they got in trouble. I think the attorneys now were facing those attorneys basically helped her commit crimes, and I don't know I don't know what's going to happen to them. Like I'm surprised nothing's happened yet. So
How much did you love that they have a knife wielding expert who doesn't really have a resume, but he's a knife wielding expert?
I saw the knife wielding expert part, but I didn't know who. I figured they just got one of those guys off the internet that throws knives at things, and it's like you don't need a gun, just throw knives at people. I don't know if you've ever seen those before, but those guys are hilarious. So
within 5 feet, a knife is more deadly.
Yes. So I think that they're going to have to add all this in because this is circumstantial evidence of guilt. Tampering with evidence is generally a circumstantial evidence of guilt, normally to another crime. So,
it's going to be a S show.
Oh, it will be, but I think it'll be fun. So, all right, but let's get back to this. I know we, I kind of want to hear her talk because this is,
it's let her just stew for about an hour, and then you'll understand why I said 1.25 is fine.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm handing you what's been previously marked as States Exhibits 1 and 2. Can you look at those for me, please?
That's the house, and this was Harmony's room.
And do you recognize the items that are depicted in those exhibits?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what's contained in those exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full States Exhibit 1 and 2.
They're already full. I think they are.
Already
I think they're already full.
I move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Kayla, State's Exhibit 2. What can you tell us about this room?
Adam and I helped decorate this room right before Harmony came to live at Guilford Street. And she really likes Minnie Mouse.
When you say she really likes Minnie Mouse, who is she?
Harmony.
When you say you helped decorate the room, what did you do to decorate it?
Got the Minnie Mouse wall decor that stick to the wall, and got her a whole new bed set, blankets and sheets.
There's no bed in that photo, but was Harmony's bed in that room?
Yes.
Where would it have been located in relation to that image?
Right next to the window.
I find this a little
And Kayla, who's
emotional blackmail. Oh, let's see the dead
It
girl's
was
room
Helen Montgomery's room.
in a perfect state, not with all the crack in it we left
Well,
there.
it's all about riling up the jury. So
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 10 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, it was Harmony's toothbrush.
Is it a fair and accurate representation?
oh, there you go.
of the
There's a
toothbrush?
toothbrush.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and
It's all about running up the score.
Any objection?
Yeah, and as I always say, it's not about the law, it's
You're
about
stricken,
the
it's entered
jury.
as a full
So
exhibit. It may be published.
it's just to make them sit there and think, oh, pure little girl. Because they
Well, a
don't
lot
show
of
the
them are
picture
probably
of the
thinking, I got
courthouse.
kids. I've gotten that toothbrush for my kid.
Kayla,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
mentioned that
Oh,
moved
how
out
sad it
when
is.
you took over the room.
Yes, she moved out of the room, but she was still living at the house.
Did she eventually leave the house?
Yes.
When was that?
In May of 2019,
You know where she went?
Florida.
Kayla, I want to turn your attention to July of 2019, so several months after Helen moved out. Were you still living in the Guilford Street home in July of 2019?
Yes.
And who was living there with you at that point?
It was myself and Adam and his uncle Kevin. And it was Seamus and our son Declan and Harmony. And his brother Michael and his girlfriend Kayla were still living there for a couple weeks until they moved out and went to Florida with her.
You mentioned this earlier, but where were you working at that point in your life?
I was working at Dunkin' Donuts.
Were you eventually terminated from your work at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was stealing money from the register.
Did you admit to stealing money?
Yes.
Did you actually write a letter acknowledging that you had stolen?
Yes.
Did you take responsibility for what you'd done at Dunkin'?
Yes.
You mentioned that in July of 2019, Kevin Montgomery was still living in the Guilford Street home.
Yes.
Did he eventually leave for Florida after Helen?
I don't remember where he went. I remember Helen had surgery. She had open triple bypass surgery. And I don't remember if Kevin went to Florida. And I think he went to Mass too. I don't remember where he went.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember him being gone from the house for several weeks?
Yes.
And let's talk about that period where Kevin's gone from the house. Okay. You were still working at that point?
Yes.
What were your hours like at work?
I worked 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. And I also covered shifts if they needed help.
The 3 children that you mentioned,
Yes.
where were they when you were at work?
With Adam.
And so in July of 2019, your youngest, Declan, how old would he have been?
He was about 6 months old.
And you said you were working from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you like that setup?
Yes.
When you would get home from work at 2 p.m., what would you do? What would your day look like?
I would come back home and help take care of the kids and feed them regularly, get them ready for bed later. We'd watch movies or they'd be playing.
You You mentioned Kevin Montgomery leaving for some period.
Yes.
Did he return to the home at some point?
Yes, he showed up with Helen.
So before that, though, in July of 2019, did he
Yeah.
return to the home at some point?
I don't remember.
Do you remember overhearing a conversation between Kevin and the defendant, Adam?
Yes.
What was the tone of that conversation?
They were arguing about a situation that happened with Harmony.
What was Kevin's tone in that argument? How did he sound?
He sounded angry.
What did Kevin say in that conversation? May we approach?
Yes.
Oh, he retired 6 months later. Oh, sorry. Jennifer says the guy who granted it was retired 6 months later, not 2 weeks, like I said.
Oh,
So,
well, still.
I
yeah.
used to be a politician. I'm allowed to lie.
I mean, but by that point though, he was already out of office, so it still works.
Yeah.
Kayla, you mentioned Kevin sounded angry.
Yes.
Was this a quiet conversation?
No.
How would you describe it?
Yelling at each other back and forth. Argumentative. Yeah, it was just loud and angry.
Where were you during this conversation?
In the living room of the house in Guilford Street.
And where were the children?
Playing.
Did you understand what they were talking about?
Yes. I know that they were arguing about a black eye that Harmony had. That I was told that.
Objection hearsay.
So the black eye that Harmony
Yeah.
had you seen that before that argument?
Yes.
And tell this jury where you saw that black eye.
On the
First
side.
time you saw it.
It was on the side of her face right here. It was really red. It didn't really turn black and blue until like the next day.
So the first day you saw it when it was red, really red. How did you see that? Where were you?
I came home from work and I saw her face and it was red. And I was told that.
And let me stop you there. You came home from work.
Yeah.
So this would have been around 2 p.m.?
Yeah.
Did you have an understanding of where Harmony had been that day?
Yes.
And tell us where that was.
She was at home at Guilford Street
Who was she at home with?
with Adam and Uncle Kevin and Seamus and Declan.
And when you got home, when you saw this injury, the redness to Harmony's eye, did you ask the defendant what happened to her?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That her and Seamus were playing and Seamus hit her in the face with a lightsaber by accident.
After you heard that confrontation between the defendant and Kevin, did you confront the defendant?
Yes, I asked him.
And at that point, did he tell you a new story about this injury to Harmony's eye?
No, it was the same. Well, yeah, he ended up telling me after
What was the new story he told you?
that he ended up hitting her in the face because she covered our son's mouth because he was crying and he was in the bathroom. He went to the bathroom. Declan was crying and Harmony had her hand over his mouth and he came out of the bathroom and saw that and his lips were blue, purple blue, and he hit her.
Did he describe how he hit her?
He smacked her in the face.
Did he acknowledge causing that injury to her?
Yes.
Do you know what Demetrius Soros with DCYF?
Yes.
Did he come to the house after that interaction between Kevin and the defendant?
Yes.
Did you know at the time what the purpose of his visit was?
Yes.
What was it?
DCYF got called about the children not being taken care of and that Adam was abusing his daughter.
When Mr. Soros arrived at your home, What did the defendant do with Harmony?
He left with her. He grabbed Harmony and left with her.
He grabbed her and left?
Yeah.
Did you have a conversation with Demetrios that day?
Yes.
In that conversation, did you cover for the defendant?
Yes.
Why?
Because I didn't want him to get in trouble.
Was there a period in 2019 when you no longer lived at the house on Guilford Street?
Yes.
And tell us how that came to be.
We ended up getting evicted from the house in November of 2019, the day before Thanksgiving, because the mortgage wasn't being paid.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Oh, another
There's a lot of
lot of
sidebars
sidebars.
because- yeah, because they had a lot of talk about potential hearsay and stuff like that being in there. So
Well,
I think they're gonna check before they can ask, just so they don't have all the
Oh.
objections.
it's better than the Crumley trial with all the speaking objections.
Yeah, I didn't understand how they because you can't unring the bell.
Yeah. Well, the trial we've been watching, Michelle Trakunis, this is a similar thing. Everything is talked about in front of the jury. There's been only a handful of sidebars, but all the objections are talked about on the record in front of the jury. So it's just a way of running the courtroom. There's oh wow, this is like a long one. They're doing a lot.
Yeah. So even though I don't like her, his defense lawyer, I think she's working for her money because, well, she can't present for the jury, but I think she's pretty solid on the basics.
I can't wait to hear Elaine talk.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that the court take judicial notice that the day before Thanksgiving in 2019 is November 27th.
The court takes judicial notice that the day before Thanksgiving in 2019 was November 27th, 2019.
And guys,
Taylor, why were you evicted from the home?
in the Trakunis trial, they mentioned judicial notice. That's just that as an incontrovertible fact. It doesn't need to be proven. It's just like saying that, it's not an element to the crime. They're just proving this is the day before Thanksgiving. You can look it up on a calendar. There's no question about it. So,
Like the earth is flat. We don't have to discuss it.
exactly.
Because the mortgage wasn't getting paid
And after you were evicted, where did you begin living?
in our car,
What kind of vehicle was it?
a Chrysler Sebring.
When you began living in that car, who were you with?
It was myself and Adam, Harmony, and the two boys
Where were you sleeping during that period?
in the car
Where would you keep the car?
behind Colonial Village in Manchester,
Why Colonial Village?
because that's where our friend lived,
What was your friend's name?
Anthony Bodero.
Did you tell Mr. Badero that you were living there in that parking lot?
He asked us not to, but yes.
And so can you just describe the sleeping arrangement in that vehicle for you and your family at the time?
So Adam would sleep in the driver's seat. I slept in the passenger seat, and Harmony was behind the passenger seat, and the baby Declan was in the middle, and Seamus was behind the driver's seat.
Dayla, I asked you earlier about whether Harmony was potty trained when you got custody of her. And I believe you said she was.
Yes.
Did that change at some point?
So, real quick, I want to say this, Jim. Does the attorney know how to say objection to leading or hearsay? There's times where this doesn't matter. This right here, some of this is the lead up, the preliminary things. It doesn't matter. Like, if you object to this, does it hurt your case, though? If you object to every single, leading or hearsay, sometimes it's to facilitate, like, moving things along, getting to the issues you want to get to. So, she might not be objecting because it's not really important right now. That's why. A lot of this is kind of the basics, like having her ask leading questions about what she did to get fired from her job at Dunkin' Donuts. Who cares? In the sense of, like, for her attorney, for his attorney, who cares about that? That doesn't hurt us. Like, yeah, fine, let it all out.
Yeah,
We'll deal
and
with
it's
it when it
better.
comes
It's
time.
better that the state asks than the
Mhm.
defense asks,
Yeah,
because she has one of those demeanor changes.
yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah, in case you're wondering, that's why you don't always object. I mean, that would just be, yeah. It does not. And the judge would even say this is very like foundational. This is just getting the basics out there. We're not to the murder yet. Although I assume that's coming pretty quick. So yeah, that's not abnormal at all.
Point after the eviction,
Yes.
and tell the jury about that. What happened to Harmony?
She wouldn't let us know when she had to use the bathroom, and so she was peeing in the car, just in her seat that she was sitting in, and she wouldn't tell us that she had to use the bathroom.
Was she only peeing, or was she having other accidents at the time?
She was also pooping
How frequently was this occurring for Harmony?
a lot, like at least every day.
And did those accidents, did they increase in frequency the longer you were in that car?
Yes.
How was the defendant responding when she had these accidents?
Getting angry.
Would he do anything physically to her when she had accidents?
Yeah, he would smack her.
And what does that mean that he would smack her?
He would smack her in the face, or on her leg, or in her hand.
Were these soft smacks,
No.
hard smacks, or something else?
They were like hurt, stung smacks,
What makes you say hurt, stung smacks?
because she would cry during, like, whenever she got smacked by him, and I could hear it. And it
Yeah,
sounds like it
I bet
hurt.
it fucking hurt.
I'm sorry, you could hear the crying or you could hear the smack?
Smack and the crying.
When you say she was crying, who's she?
Harmony.
Those strikes, were they manifesting in any way on Harmony?
Yes.
How were they manifesting on her?
Probably causing her brain damage.
The more accidents she had, the more he would get angry, and he would hit her repetitively.
Was the defendant causing visible injuries to Harmony?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And tell us about those injuries.
When he would hit her, she started getting black eyes and bruises on her face, on her legs. Yeah.
Did you ever see her bleed as a result of being struck by him?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you ever see the defendant attempt to cover Harmony?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how he did that?
He would cover her with the comforter that we had in the car
Why would he cover her?
so nobody could see her.
How often would he cover Harmony?
All the time. Anytime that we had interference with anybody, no matter who it was.
Was this only when you went out in public, or was it when you were still in that parking lot, or both?
Both.
Kayla, were you involved in an accident, a car accident on November 29th of 2019?
Yes.
And I want to turn your attention to that day. Who were you with that day?
Tabitha Scott.
Who else was in the vehicle during that accident?
Adam, myself, Harmony, and the two boys.
Who was driving?
Adam.
That Sebring, did you regularly drive it? Did you drive it at all?
Yeah, I didn't drive it, but he did. He had the license. I did not.
You didn't have a license at the time?
No.
So you said that Adam was driving, the defendant was driving the vehicle. Where were you in position to the rest of the people in the vehicle?
I was sitting with Harmony in the back seat behind the passenger side.
And where was Harmony?
Next to me and Declan. She was in between.
And where was Seamus?
In his car seat on the other side of Declan.
Would that have been behind the driver's seat?
Yes.
You mentioned the Tabitha Scott.
Yes.
Who was she to you?
She's been one of my friends for a long time.
And she was in the car with you that day?
Yes.
Where was she seated?
In the passenger seat.
And what was Tabitha Scott doing with you that day?
We were going to get drugs.
And can you just walk us through the accident, how it occurred?
There was a stop sign, and it was a intersection. There was a stop sign. It was a 4-way intersection, and there was a truck that went through their stop sign, and we already had stopped, so we were going, and ended up hitting that car, the truck.
Did law enforcement respond to that accident?
Yes.
Did you see an officer?
Yes.
Were the officers able to see Harmony?
No.
Tell the jurors why not.
Adam didn't want the officers to see her because she had black eyes, so she was covered with a blanket.
Sorry, Sean. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
You were working with officers more than once. They come out to an accident.
Hmm.
There's 3 kids' seats in the back seat. One of them is in one of them. You see this. And you think, nah, it'll be fine.
That's what I was going to ask you. So this is already Harmony's already dead or dying,
No.
and
She's alive at this point, but
But she's-
because he beat her so violently so many times,
yeah, okay,
whenever they were out and about, just not to get her noticed with a shiner. He did this because no one had ever looked into a car and thought, are they doing a replay of Casper the Ghost?
well, I mean, people are dumb generally, and that doesn't mean that cops aren't dumb. Yes, I do think that's weird though, because like if I was sitting there, I'd be like, well, is that person dead? Because that's what you do to a dead body. I'm
Yeah,
surprised. I'm surprised because of all the COVID stuff. These meth heads didn't be like, you're wearing a mask to try to cover things up, but that's because they're meth heads.
But again, you're coming out to a car with 3 known crackheads.
Yeah.
How much will you bet the officers have said, hey, it's you, Adam. How you doing? Anything in
Yeah.
the car we need to know about today?
Yeah.
Oh, man, you're always busting my balls, man.
Sticking up for the police. I just said they're idiots. I mean, there's dumb people everywhere, and there's gonna be stupid cops. But yeah, so that part, I wanted to make sure because I was listening to this. How did nobody notice that? Yeah, that is sad that they didn't see that.
And again, to me, it just seemed like a weird way
Yeah.
to. That's why now I'm beginning to think there's more to this story than what she's telling us.
Mhm.
Because, and again, she has Adam and her and I can't remember Shelley, Christy, whatever.
Yeah.
They're out to look for drugs with the 3 kids in the backseat.
Well, that's not
F is
abnormal.
Where's the third grown-ups gonna sit? I had 2 kids, and there's hardly room in the backseat of a Miata for those.
Geez, that's a tight car for Wow.
It's I don't really get. This is where I'm beginning. If you shine the lights on the cracks, maybe the jury can see there's some doubt in there. And to all the people from my chat who knows me, they know I want to catapult both of them into the sun. But if you don't know me, I hate him, but I still try to play the did they prove it game.
Yeah. What's on here?
It wasn't a tiny car. It's pretty big for European standards.
Yeah. So
it's a clown car in the US, yeah.
that said though, I was wondering at this point, how do they not? Because it also would be one kid who's severely injured, but nobody seemed to notice, and that makes sense though why they weren't fully seeing it either, and nobody bothered to look. Okay, some of that makes sense.
Yeah, that's her story she's going to get into now is whenever they were anywhere, they just did this because no one would notice.
Okay, well,
But only one.
That answers a question. That answers a question I had because I was wondering how they did this.
Or other people, specific individuals that he would cover Harmony up and keep her hidden from.
Yes.
And tell us who those individuals were.
It was Anthony Madero, and when Tabby was in the car, she didn't look at her, she didn't see her, but she knew she was in the car.
Kayla, so this accident occurred on November 29th.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to December 7th of 2019.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you?
Yes.
Why?
It's just a date that Harmony passed away.
So sad.
The day that Harmony passed away?
Yeah.
Were you still living in the car at that point?
Yes.
She passed away. She was beaten to death.
Were you still sleeping in the Colonial Village parking lot?
Yes.
You mentioned Harmony having accidents and then becoming more frequent at that point. On December 7th, was she still having those accidents?
Yes.
And had they increased in frequency?
Yes.
Did Harmony have an accident first thing in the morning?
Yes.
And that would have been before you started your day?
Yes.
What happened when she had that accident?
Adam repetitively kept punching her in the head.
Okay. So I want to break that up. That morning, where did you wake up?
At Colonial Village.
And what happened first thing in the morning that morning?
We went to the methadone clinic.
And before you left for the methadone clinic, did Harmony have an accident?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do before you went to the methadone clinic? What did the defendant do to Harmony after that accident?
He was yelling and screaming at her and punching her in the head.
How did she react to that?
She was crying.
You mentioned the methadone clinic. Was that Habit Opco?
Yes.
And what did you do at the methadone clinic that morning?
Got my dose of methadone, and Adam got his also.
And do you remember who went in first?
No, I don't remember who went first.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Taking the family to the methadone clinic, that sounds like a fun way to spend the day.
And this is another thing. I don't do drugs again, but wouldn't the methadone kind of mellow him? I know it doesn't make you high, but it takes away the low part of being a crack addict. So right after, is that normally where people go around and unalive people?
I mean, that's why I'm a little confused, especially if he's really on, like he just took it. But I mean, we all react differently. Is the only other thing I can say.
Yeah, we need some experts. Any crackheads in?
Well, I've had a lot of clients who use methadone. It's just I'll have to ask them. Like, have you ever wanted to go like beat someone?
At what part of the day are you most likely to kill someone? Right before, right after getting your methadone? It's just for science.
Bill, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 89.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask that you review the second page and this page, paying careful attention to the times.
Okay.
The item I just handed you, what is that?
Our dose history from the clinic.
And that's Habit Opco.
Yes.
And having looked at those records, do you recall who went into the clinic first that morning?
Yes, I did.
What time was that at?
7:04 in the morning.
And what time did the defendant go in?
It was 7:09 in the morning.
Your Honor, at this time, I move to strike ID of State's Exhibit 89 and Marcus Bull.
Any objection? Okay. The ID is stricken and entered as a full exhibit.
Kayla, can you tell the jurors what happened when Adam returned to the vehicle after his methadone treatment?
When Adam came back to the vehicle, he could smell urine, and he started yelling at Harmony and kept hitting her in the head repetitively.
Where were you when he smelt that accident? Where was the vehicle when he smelt that accident?
In front of the methadone clinic.
Did you discuss going somewhere with him at any point that morning? Going to get food?
Yes. I asked to go to Burger King.
You asked to go to Burger King.
Yes.
And so at some point, did he begin driving the vehicle?
Yes.
Was that before or after he repeatedly struck Harmony?
After.
What was Harmony doing at that point when he started driving the vehicle?
She was crying a lot.
She was crying a lot.
Yeah. And she was making a weird noise.
Was she saying anything?
No.
And Taylor, I want you to walk the jurors through in as much detail as you can what happened on your route from Habidaco to that Burger King.
Adam was getting really angry from Harmony peeing in the car, and he repetitively kept punching her on the way to Burger King, and there were a couple red lights, and when we were at red lights, he would like go over the driver's seat, like in between the passenger seat, and he was just punching her repetitively in the head.
And you've said there were several times where he punched her repetitively in the head.
Yes.
How many times did he hit her?
I can't count. I don't know.
Were you counting?
No, I wasn't.
How many lights did that car come to where he repetitively struck her?
At least 2 or 3.
Which means
Between
probably 4 or
Habidaco
5.
and the Burger King. Did the defendant say anything to Harmony?
Told her to shut the fuck up. Stop crying.
You said she was making a weird noise.
Yes.
Can you describe it?
It was like I can't even describe it. It was like a moaning kind of noise, but crying. It was just weird. I can't explain it.
Did you try to help Harmony while he was striking her?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you did to help, to try to help.
I put my arm up and said to stop, but he looked at me and he gave me this look that was like evil. It's his crazy eyes. I didn't like it, and I couldn't stop him from hitting her because the look that he gave me was scary. I was scared.
What were you feeling when he looked at you like that?
Like he was either going to hit me or just, I don't know. It was weird. And that was like one of the first times that I've seen him look at me like that.
Was it the last time you saw him look at you like that?
No.
And we'll talk about that more. But I want to focus on this drive. You said that Harmony's crying. She's making this weird noise.
Yeah.
Where was she in the vehicle?
She was behind the passenger seat.
And who was in front of her in that car?
I was.
You described the defendant almost coming over the seat.
Yes.
Was he still driving at that point?
Some, like, kind of. Like, between the red lights, and it was definitely at the red lights. I remember that.
How was he striking her?
By punching her in the head.
And that's another
Where were your
problem
other
I
two
had.
children at that time?
While
In
in
the
the
backseat?
driver's seat, you're
What were they
punching
doing?
someone in the back seat.
They had no
Passenger.
idea what was going on.
How old were they?
Seamus was,
So he's driving in a backseat passenger seat. Okay, so all the way across the car. So he'd have to be going like boom, boom, boom. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't. Unless he like turned around, but he wouldn't be able to drive then. Huh.
That's why I when I tried to paint it, you have Adam sitting in the front seat, and she's sitting all the way over here because Declan and Sean is sitting the other
Behind
two.
him. Yeah.
Yeah. So he has to
Yeah, I'm
swing
just thinking about it. He has to like
your
punch back.
crossbody or right, and you
Yeah. That's not good. That's
No.
not that hard. I mean, it's still hard enough the kid would like it, but
yeah, but still, and to me, that's a part of the story I don't get. How? That's why I think she might have died in the car before that, and they just put her in there, and she made up this part of the story.
That makes some sense. Or yeah, she was severely injured already.
About 2.5, and Declan was 11 months old.
Did you look back at Harmony at any point?
No,
Why not?
because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
If Adam was going to say something, or if he hurt her really bad, it was going to look really bad.
You were scared of what Harmony would look like? That attempt to intervene, were you successful in that?
No,
Did he stop after that?
shortly after that,
Shortly after that. Did he say anything to you when he stopped?
he said he thinks that he really hurt her. And he felt something.
When he said that he thinks you really hurt her, where was the vehicle at that point?
At Burger King?
At the Burger King?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do after he stopped hitting Harmony, after he said, I think I really hurt her?
Nothing.
Did you order food from Burger King?
Yes.
Where was Adam when you were ordering food from Burger King?
In the driver's seat?
Did you go inside to the Burger King or something else?
No. I don't remember going in there.
Did you go through the drive-thru?
Yes.
And so who ordered the food?
Adam did.
And what did you do with the food that he had ordered?
Ate it, gave some to the kids
Where were you when you ate the food?
in the parking lot
Which parking lot?
of Burger King.
The kids were behind you at that point. Is
Yes.
that what you testified to?
Yes.
And who gave them food?
I did.
Did you see Harmony when you were giving them food?
No.
Why not?
Because she was under the blanket.
Who put her under the blanket?
Adam.
That's the same blanket that you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
The same blanket he would cover her with?
Yes.
Where did you go from the Burger King parking lot, Kayla?
Went back to Colonial Village
And how did you get there?
with the vehicle. Adam driving.
Was Harmony still under the blanket when you arrived at Colonial Village?
Yes.
And that moaning that you mentioned, that weird noise that she was making, was she still making it?
No.
How long did that noise that she was making last?
I don't remember. It wasn't. I don't remember. I don't remember if it was too long. I don't remember if it was after we were at Colonial Village for a little bit, or if it was before.
But that moaning, did it eventually stop?
Yes.
Did you check on Harmony at any point after the moaning stopped?
No.
Did Adam?
No.
Why didn't you check on her?
Because I was scared.
When you arrived at the Colonial Village parking lot, when you arrived back there, what did you and the defendant do?
We got drugs and got high.
When you say we got drugs and got high, what drugs did you get, Kayla?
Heroin and crack.
And how long did you use those drugs for in that parking lot?
We were there for probably 10 or 15 minutes.
Where did you go from the Colonial Village parking lot?
I don't remember where we were going, but I know we left.
You left at some point.
Yes.
And what happened when you left the parking lot?
We made it to the next street over, going towards Elm Street, and the car died when we got to the traffic light, and it wouldn't start or anything, and so we were stuck without a vehicle.
What was the defendant doing when the car died?
He was trying to get a jump, and there was no jumping the vehicle. And so we ended up having to leave it. And when we were getting out of the car and getting the kids out of the car, Harmony had passed away.
Let's talk about that. When you say Harmony had passed away, when did you realize that Harmony had passed away?
When Adam was trying to wake her up and she didn't reply or anything.
Was he saying things to her to try to wake her up?
Yeah, he said Harmony, and he kept saying baby girl, like, and trying to budge her, and there was nothing.
Was he touching her?
Yes.
What was he doing to her body at that point?
Trying to
He tried
figure out
punching her
what to
again?
do, and getting all the kids out of the car. He took the duffel bag that was in the trunk, and
I wanted to show solidarity, Brandon.
and put her
Just
in the
super
duffel
chat.
bag.
You mentioned this duffel bag from the trunk.
Yeah.
Had you seen that duffel bag before, Kayla? What was it used
Yes.
for?
When we got kicked out of the house, we put clothes in there for everybody, and it was in the trunk of the car.
Did you see him put Harmony in that duffel bag?
Yes.
How did he put her in there, Kayla?
He like folded her in half and put her in the double bag.
In a busy intersection. Remember that part.
What's that?
He folded her in half, put her in a duffel bag in a busy intersection
Yeah.
where you normally just pull out a kid.
Well, I guess here's the thing I will say. If you do something and you're doing it quick and you look like you're doing something, it's amazing what you can get away with because people aren't noticing. So that's all I would say there. Like, you can get away with a lot if people aren't noticing and you're fast about it. And you don't look all like it's very easy. It's very easy.
Yeah, but to me, oh,
It does strain credulity at some point. I agree.
yeah.
But
And she's like a 36-pound kid, so she's not
Mhm.
the biggest, but still, a duffel bag is how big, and you have to stuff her into it.
well, I don't know how big the duffel bag is, and yeah, I mean, also you got those meth and methadone shakes, and you're fired up. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this all worked out, but yes, do I think that kind of led to the idea they killed her beforehand? Yes, and I assume that the two kids have no idea because they're too young to testify. So
Yeah, there were
No.
1 and 2.5.
yeah,
years
so
old.
they have they don't know. I mean, yeah, I think very easily they could have beat her like at the house or the driveway and just bagged her up then. That makes more sense, but this isn't outside the realm of possibility to me.
But still, that's one of the parts I really wanted Elaine to hit hard on, just to show that's not credible, is it? Wouldn't it be more credible? He did it in the dark in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Well, I was gonna say, or would it be more credible you did it because he helped you cover it up.
Yeah.
So okay, yeah. Now I've been listening. I've been seeing what you're getting at. Yeah, this is not the most. If this is her best run through of the story, and they interviewed her 4 times, so I'm assuming the story got a little bit better each time. This is not. If this is her best run through of it, this is not. I am not impressed.
No.
But remember, this is also part of the problem is you are dealing with people like her as your witness. So this is the best you're getting out of her anyway, even if she was telling the truth.
Yeah, this is the 4th, soon to be 5th version, because she changes it, and again this time according to the affidavit. The affidavit which have 2 proffer interviews after the first 3 where she lied.
Mhm.
So again, it's but the problem is Elaine isn't good enough, hasn't been good enough to show a light on how she's lying. So, as someone in my chat said, maybe she wants Adam to go to prison. Well, she got felony convictions. So I don't know if you can serve on a jury with a felony. I don't know if you're talking, but then you're muted. Alpha Fox, no, we were actually looking at the scale, and she's 36 pounds, and that's a little under the normal weight for a 5-year-old. But she just turned 5. She was 5 for like 3, I can't remember. But then it made another baby that had a birthday just the day before. You're muted.
I wore this because justice for Kayla and justice for Adam. Thank you for the delay, sweetheart. This is justice for Kayla and Adam, along with OJ. They're gonna find the real killers. That's why I'm wearing red.
Yeah, if I folded her like origami, is her
Yes.
title of the book.
Aaron says, is CPS immune in every state? Yeah, they're government officials, so they have government immunity. And they'll have that governmental immunity that other agencies and other groups have. Number one. Number two, courts are going to try to give them the benefit of the doubt because they fulfill that role that nobody else fills. So, so here we go, guys. Am I having a stroke? No. Garrett Bay says duffel bag. Sarah Boone says not a problem.
I actually saw a MI6 agent kind of thing story from.
Yeah, he got murdered in a suitcase and thrown in, and they're like, "Oh, it was suicide."
Yeah, with a padlock on the outside. Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah.
Totally do it. And then you had a small room. I can't even remember what the title of his. He was an expert in small places.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, yeah. The whole thing that I remember reading about that. I'm like, yeah, he didn't get killed for no reason.
No,
He just didn't like his job anymore.
yeah, and all the ladies' clothes in his closet. Who doesn't have that?
Yeah. So, all right, guys. Well, yeah, this is this is a very weird testimony from this woman.
Yeah.
That's all I can
Also, her mood swings when she chooses to cry and not to cry. It's just so weird. She cried because she was fired at Dunkin' Donuts. She didn't cry when she said he smacked her in the face multiple times.
Oh yeah, and now she's crying because he yanked her out of the car and shoved her in a duffel bag. Yeah, this is her brain is fried. So definitely.
Did he call 911 at any point?
No,
Did you?
no,
When you saw him put her in that duffel bag, did you attempt to get away, to run?
no.
Why not?
They had the 2 other kids, and I was scared.
Scared of?
That something would happen to me or Adam and the kids.
You said you saw him put her in that duffel bag, fold her up and put her in there.
Yes,
What did her face look like when you saw her go into that bag?
it was all black and blue, and her face was puffy. Her eyes were puffy.
Did he say anything to you after he put her in that duffel bag?
I don't remember.
I'm sure it was, I'll kill you if you tell
What did you
anyone.
do after he put her in the duffel bag?
We took the kids and we walked back to Colonial Village.
What did you do once you arrived at Colonial Village?
Put the bag in the snowbank so Anthony wouldn't see it.
I'm sorry, so that who wouldn't see it, Kayla?
Anthony,
That's Anthony Badero.
yes.
Where was the snowbank that you put? And sorry, let me clarify. Who put her in a snowbank?
Adam,
Where was that snowbank that he put her in?
in the embankment from the parking lot,
What was around that snow embankment?
a dumpster, and cars and snow.
And you said he put it in there so that Anthony Badero wouldn't see.
Yeah,
What did the defendant do after he put that duffel bag in the snowbank?
left her there. And we got a ride from Badero to get the stuff out of our car.
And where was your car at that point?
It was at that street. We ended up leaving it, and when we came to the car, it was already getting towed.
So Mr. Badero gave you a ride back to your vehicle.
Yes,
Were you able to get belongings out of the vehicle?
yes.
And who did that? Who got those items out?
Adam and myself.
That vehicle was your home at the time.
Yes.
What did you do after that in terms of a shelter?
Badero let us sleep in his car for the weekend until I figured something out.
Just for the weekend?
Yeah,
Is that what you had asked him for? Or is that what he said, just for the weekend?
that's what he said.
And what kind of vehicle did Mr. Badero have?
An Audi,
Do you remember what color it was?
blue.
Audi is the correct way to say it.
Was it a car, a sedan, or an SUV?
A car.
And I want to talk about the time that you were living in that car that weekend. Where was
I give
Harmony's
her
body
credit for being
at that
close
point when you were
enough.
living in Mr. Badero's vehicle?
In the trunk of the car.
And did the defendant ever move it from the trunk of the car to another location?
Yes.
Where would he put it?
Near the dumpster,
Why?
so Anthony wouldn't see it.
Was it cold outside at the time?
Yes.
You mentioned snow. Was there snow on the ground?
Yes.
Did something happen to the vehicle that first night you were staying in Mr. Badero's car?
Yes, the battery died.
What did the defendant do when the battery died?
Used somebody's phone and called Miss Frayne.
Is that Kimberly Frayne?
Yes.
Are you aware of him communicating with any other people regarding the dead car?
Not that I remember.
At that time, did the defendant have a Facebook account?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a Facebook account?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
But you recall a call to Miss Frayne.
Yes.
And what happened after that call?
She showed up with a battery pack jumper to jump the car.
Was she successful in jumping the car?
Yes.
And what were you doing while that was going on?
I was in the car with the kids,
Where was Miss Frayne?
outside of the car with
Oh.
Adam.
I was going to ask, where was the defendant? Where was Harmony at that point when the car was being jumped?
In the trunk of the car.
What did you and the defendant do for food during your time in Mr. Badero's car?
Badero bought us pizza and brought it down to the car.
You mentioned being there for 2 nights,
Yes.
and the first night the battery died.
Yes.
When was the pizza given to you?
I think it was the next night. Because he did give us food. For a couple of dinners, he gave us food. We had the pizza and stuff.
Could you repeat that, please?
A couple of nights, we got pizza.
And did you leave Mr. Badero's vehicle after that weekend?
Yes.
After those 2 nights you left?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors where you went?
I went to my aunt's house,
And what's your aunt's name?
Kimberly Simmons,
Where did Miss Simmons live at the time?
in Manchester.
Was she on South Main Street?
Yes.
And how did you get to your aunt's home?
Bodero dropped us off.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, she's now like drying up the tears and getting back to talking normal too. So
Well, hospice, yes, the 11-month-old got the stable diet of Burger King, which meets all nutritional needs for an 11-year-old.
Yes, you may.
So, Kayla, I'm going to hand you 3 exhibits. And I'm just going to ask that you.
our kids are built different in America, Baker.
Yeah, I know. They don't
So
get
that first
breastfed
one, what's been marked
milk
as State's
And the
Exhibit
tip
25 for identification. Do you recognize what's depicted on that item?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's the apartment that my aunt lived in.
That again is on South Main Street.
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID and mark as full. State's Exhibit 25.
Objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Now, Kayla, when Mr. Bodero dropped you, the defendant, and your 2 children off, where was Harmony's body?
In the duffel bag.
And who had that duffel bag?
Adam.
And what did he do with that duffel bag when you got to your aunt's house?
He placed it under the porch.
And you pointed at the exhibit just now. If you could just hold it up and show the jurors where you're pointing. Can you tell me where you pointed? Okay, if you can take a look at Exhibit 20, 26, and 27, what's been marked as ID for 26 and 27.
See, normally that wasn't done very well to protect the record as far as where she pointed, because now if you're reading the record, you have no idea what was pointed to. So
I thought, why not put a sticker on?
well, not a sticker. A sticker could be removed, but a lot of times you like if you wanted to do this, I would give her a pen or a Sharpie, and I'd say, "Can you circle where he put the body?"
Yeah, and then initial or something. So you
Well, yeah, just say like, "Is that your circle that you drew?" and let it reflect. She drew the circle here, and you'll say it's a picture of what looks to be a house with a blue car in front of it, and there's a porch, and she drew a circle underneath the porch. That way, there's a little bit of protection there. That's interesting. They kind of didn't. Nobody's really worried about that because if there's an appeal, whoever's reading this is going to have no idea unless they go back and watch this.
No, but they probably don't care. They just want him
Well,
thrown into the wood chipper twice.
sure, but you got to be prepared that you might have to address this at some point.
Yeah, he's appealing the weapons charges, and again, this lady, I don't know if you can feel it, but the sun's getting low, big guy. She's beginning to calm down now. Going for a little over an hour, and yeah, she's not as spry as she was in the beginning. If you took it off 1.25, you can clearly hear she slowed down now. And in the meth case, everyone was a meth addict, and everyone had that. So if they can get him out of this one, I think they could do something on appeal because he was convicted because everyone knew he killed Harmony.
Well, her crying, she's crying, she's not, she's crying, she's not. She's turning it on and off very quickly. So even now she's like, this is, yeah, she's not, I don't know. I'm finding it hard to believe her at spots now based on just the way she's acting.
What's depicted on those 2 items?
The porch. Up close.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's porch?
Yes.
Is there a difference in the 2 photos?
Yes. 27 has measuring tape, looks like.
And Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 26 and 27.
The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
And I move to publish them.
Yes, you may.
You mentioned the defendant putting Harmony's body in a duffel bag under the porch.
Yes. Yes.
This is the porch that he put her under?
Yes.
Did you go into the home that day, into your aunt's home?
Yes.
How long were you there for, Shayla?
A few hours. We were trying to figure out where to go.
What was the purpose of your trip to your aunt's home?
To talk so that she could talk to my mother so that she'll let us stay at her place.
What's your mother's name?
Christina Lubin.
So if I understand, you wanted your aunt to talk to your mother?
Yeah.
Did you end up seeing your mother that day?
Yes.
How did you come to see her that day?
She came to pick us all up, myself, Adam, and the kids, the two boys,
Where was Harmony at that point?
in a duffel bag.
And how did your mother pick you up? How did she arrive at your aunt's home?
She came in her van.
And what happened to that bag that Harmony was in when your mother came to pick you up?
We put it in the van.
And when you say we put it in the van, who put it in the van?
Adam.
How long did Harmony's body stay in the van?
Probably about 5 to 10 minutes.
Was it in there while you were traveling somewhere?
Yes.
Where were you going?
To my mother's place.
Did the defendant keep Harmony's body in the van?
For the drive, yes.
What did he do with Harmony's body when you arrived at your mother's home?
He took it out of the van and put her on the side near the trash at first until he figured out where to put her.
And what did he figure out in terms of where to put her?
There was a cooler in the hall walkway that the residents used to get in and out of the building, and it was on my mom's floor level in the hallway. And he put the he put the duffel bag in the cooler.
And what was in the duffel bag at that point?
Harmony.
So he removed her from the trash and he put her in this cooler.
Yes.
Her body was still in the duffel bag at that point?
Yes.
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
So I'm showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 28 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the cooler that was on the porch in my mom's hallway.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the cooler?
Yes.
That's what it looks like.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 28.
Okay. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
I move to publish.
Yes, you may.
And guys, when you don't have a digital courtroom, this is how you show exhibits to the jury. You walk pictures around in front of them.
Kayla, how did
So-
Harmony's body fit into this cooler?
But if you have a digital,
Adam
you'll wait for 45 minutes
pushed it in
till
the
the tech
cooler
guy
so it would
puts
fit.
in the eye cable because the lawyer is sitting there thinking,
Is that
it
something
worked
you
last
can-
time.
Yes.
Were there any noises when he
You
did
have
that?
no idea.
Oh, I do, because
Okay,
I'm the
I
one who
remember.
tells the judge, no, you have to press this button.
How long was she
Every
stored in that
time he
cooler
has to
for?
roll down the screens.
For a couple weeks.
And how long did you stay with your mother for? How long were you with Christina Lubin?
For a couple weeks.
Did her body stay in that cooler for the entire time you were with your mother?
Yes.
Why?
I honestly don't know.
How often did you see that cooler when you were living with your mother?
Every day, multiple times a day,
Where was the cooler kept?
in the hallway.
Was that your mother's hallway or was it?
It was access to everybody who lives in the building, but it was on the level of my mom's apartment.
And tell us about that hallway. What else was kept there?
People just threw their beer in there to ice it down on top of everything. Ugh.
I don't remember.
Were there other items in that hallway?
I don't remember.
Where did you go after living with your mother?
To the FIT shelter, families in transition.
And when you moved to the families in transition shelter, is that FIT, the FIT shelter?
Yes.
When you moved to the FIT shelter, where was Harmony's body?
Adam put her in the ceiling, in the vent of the room that we stayed in.
What room did you stay in while you lived with the families in transition? The families in transition shelter, Kayla?
It was the first room. It was room 1.
And how did he access the ceiling to store her in there?
He used the bunk bed and climbed up in the ceiling.
Was there something that allowed him to access the ceiling that was above that bunk bed?
It was a vent.
And who slept under that bed?
The kids.
Where did the defendant sleep?
We all slept on the floor on the mattresses.
So, Kayla, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification of States Exhibit 30 through 34. Can you please look at each of these items in turn and describe what's depicted?
This is the outside of the family shelter,
That's States Exhibit 30.
and this is the door to room 1, and next to it is the second room.
That's Exhibit 30.
This is the room.
I'm just going to ask you to move it a little away from the microphone. Thank you.
And when you say this is the room, whose room was that?
It was the room that we stayed in.
And that setup, the way the room is set up, is that similar to how it was when you lived there?
Yes.
And that's States Exhibit 32. What is States Exhibit 33? What is depicted there?
The vent above the bed.
And what happened with that vent?
Adam moved it so he could go in the ceiling.
Now, did you ever touch that vent, Kayla?
No.
And States Exhibit 34?
It's the vent.
Are those fair and accurate representations? Is that consistent with your memory of what those items look like?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID and mark as well States Exhibit 30 through 34.
Any objection? Okay. All right, the ID is stricken. Those are entered as full exhibits and may be published to the jury.
And so, Kayla, I'm holding up what's been marked, what's been admitted at States Exhibit 30. What is this item? What is depicted here?
The outside of the family shelter.
How long did you live at this hotel for?
A month and a half almost.
And States Exhibit 30? What's depicted in this image?
The room that was the one we stayed in was on the left side, room 1, and the other room is the second one next to it.
So you stayed in room 1,
Yes.
and you mentioned room 2 being decided.
Yes.
And States Exhibit 32 and 33. You mentioned that this was consistent with what the room looked like when you lived there?
Yes.
And those are the bunk beds that you mentioned.
Yes.
Oh, and for those who don't know, they have his
You
fingerprints
said you
on
could
the
see the
bed.
vents that was used in these images.
Oh, they have his fingerprints everywhere.
They have
Okay.
his and the maintenance guys because, as everyone knows, about a month after unaliving, you start to leak and it
Mhm.
smells a little bit. So they had a maintenance guy come in and check, but they had pulled her out of the roof and he couldn't see anything. But her fluids are soaked into the board, the ceiling board. But his I believe it's his left hand is on the vent. He says, well, or he will say if he takes the stance, it was because I helped her hide it.
Hmm.
But yeah, his fingerprint is all over the vent, right next to the big puddle of liquid.
And he still never said what happened with what he did to dispose of the body, right?
No, he didn't admit. He said she was fine in the police interview. It was the best police interview. 25 minutes. He smoked 3 cigarettes and didn't say anything other than she's with her mother. So until he pled guilty Wednesday, she was like Schrodinger's cat. She could be or she couldn't be alive.
Yeah. So now he admitted, abusing a corpse, and now she's dead.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, so the body's never been found. Okay. So I
No,
thought. It's just
allegedly he drove into some swamp area or something. I
Mhm.
believe a marsh area.
Mhm.
Never found.
And it's just the juices that we know of that show her passing through an area is the liquefied remains.
Yeah,
That's
because
that's how we know where she was.
the bag start leaking in the halfway house.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Once we
Yeah.
see that, that's how we know she's been there, is because of the leaking. So
Yeah, and I think it was 1.5 billion times more likely to be her. So it's
Mhm.
pretty good DNA evidence.
oh yeah. That's what I just want to double check, because I did know about the the trail of the DNA juice is pretty much how they can verify where she was at.
Yeah, they have her DNA on the toothbrush from the sibling. That's reasonable because they live there. And then they have a clear indication on the they might even bring in the ceiling tiles because they cut it all out. But they have that with a very high hit on her DNA. And
Okay.
that's all the DNA that's in the case. So I think that's why they weighed the possibility and said, let's just admit to, again, mishandling of the corpse. It's maximum of a year. So let's take that one.
And can you remind the jury what's in State's Exhibit 34?
That's the vent that he climbed up to and put Harmony in the ceiling.
When you say he climbed up to the Harmony and said, who's he?
Adam,
At the time you were living at the Families in Transition shelter, was there anything going on with Harmony's body? Was she having any changes? Or was her body having any changes?
yes,
And I want you to tell the jurors what those changes were.
you could smell a horrible smell that was coming through the vents.
Do you remember that horrible smell?
Yes,
Did maintenance come at some point while you were living there because of that smell?
yes.
And what happened when those maintenance workers came?
Adam took her back down from out of the ceiling and brought the bag in the bathroom.
And what happened when Adam brought Harmony down from the ceiling?
That she was starting to smell and there was fluid leaking.
So you smelled her. And did you see the fluid?
No, I didn't see it.
How do you know about the fluid that was leaking?
Adam said that.
What did he say?
He said that there was blood up in the ceiling and fluid.
And so what did he do with that duffel bag containing Harmony after you removed her from the ceiling because of maintenance?
He put her in a trash bag.
I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 52 for identification.
Yes,
Kayla, do you recognize the item that's depicted in this image?
yes.
What is that?
The CMC diaper bag.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the CMC diaper bag?
Yes,
And how about State's Exhibit 53?
yes,
Is that a fair and accurate representation
yes,
of the item that's depicted?
yes.
And what is that item?
It's the bag that Adam put Harmony in.
So you mentioned garbage bags that he put her in.
Yes,
What did he put those garbage bags into, if anything?
he put the garbage bags inside that bag.
So, Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID, strike what's been marked as ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 52 and 53.
An objection?
And I move to publish. Sorry.
52 and 53, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits and they may be published to the jury.
Thank you. Kayla, how did Harmony's body fit in this bag?
Adam squished her in it.
Sorry, can you say that a little bit louder?
Adam squished her into the bag.
Yeah, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 85. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this similar to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Is it in fact identical to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike
not a
ID
big
of
bag.
State's Exhibit 85 and mark as full and publish to the jury.
No objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as full exhibit.
So the defendant put Harmony into garbage bags and he squished her into a bag like this one?
Yes.
This again was at the families in transition shelter.
Yes.
Where did he do that to her?
In the bathroom of the room that we stayed in.
Were you in the bathroom with him when he did that?
No.
Did you hear anything when he was doing that to her in the bathroom?
I heard a loud bang.
Could you see what was going on in there?
No.
You mentioned the defendant stuffing Harmony into the duffel bag
Yes.
at that intersection in the car guide.
Yes.
And then you mentioned him squishing her into this bag.
Yes.
Did she fill that bag, that CMC bag that you just saw?
Yes.
Her body filled that bag?
Yes.
And what did he do with the bag after he put her in there?
He put her back in the ceiling.
You mentioned being at the Families in Transition shelter for a month and a half.
Yes.
During that time, did the defendant begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
No.
At some point, did he begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
Yes.
And what was his plan? What was his idea for getting rid of her?
To use lime.
Not to give any advice, but it's not
Yeah,
lime you want to
dismember
use
her.
because that dries out the body. You
Yes.
want
What did he believe that lime would do if he
it's
used it on her
because
body?
lye is the same,
Oh.
but that's the basic thing that will burn it off.
Did the
The objection is sustained. So you can rephrase the question, please.
defendant tell you what he believed lime would do if he used it on Harmony's body?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That it will help decay her body.
That it would help decay her body?
Yes.
Did he tell you what he believed dismembering her would do?
No.
But he told you that that was his plan?
Yes.
Counsel, can you approach her just a minute? I'm going to ask the witness for the moment, please remain on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I remind you, don't discuss the evidence that you've heard, this case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up anything on your phones. Make sure you're avoiding any
Is this a good
headlines.
discussion they have?
And we will take a 15-minute
we-
break, so we'll
oh.
come back and start testimony again in about 5 of. Okay? All rise for the jurors, please.
We're gonna take a break. This is cool. Okay.
While they're having a break, Sean, I'm thinking I'm going to jump off. My brother's here to look for a passport he forgot.
Oh,
So,
Okay.
but holler at me if you need an update or anything.
Sure.
And just enjoy.
And you're getting ready. You're gonna be covering this trial all week as it goes forward. Correct.
Yeah, I'll start again Monday morning at 9. So and she will be back on the stand because spoiler alert, she gets a migraine in the end.
Oh.
So,
Also, she doesn't feel too good and has to take it.
No,
back.
and it's he looked at her in a way, so she was afraid, so she couldn't stop him. You have to believe me, and I'm not lying this time. I lied all the other times, but I don't lie this time. That's what I told all my ex-girlfriends. No, I used to be unfaithful, not anymore. Hey, Penilla, oh, you got a sweet in the house. But no, thank you so much for having me on. And
yeah, thank you for being here, Baker. I appreciate it. And guys, if you are not sure where to find him, you can find him at the Broken Baker here on YouTube, and he will be covering this. And yeah, thank you for kind of guided us to the point where it kind of really.
Yeah, you would have been annoyed because the first day was just we're going on a field trip and
Mhm.
I plead guilty,
Yes.
and the second day was just a little heartstring talking. She
Well,
was a nice kid. She was normally developed. Oh, we miss her.
yeah.
But Kayla is this case, as Brandon said. If we can get her to seem untrustworthy,
Mhm.
he has a chance.
Yes.
And after he gets that chance, he should be taken to the town square, put in a catapult, and yeeted into the sun.
Well, I think they have those in New Hampshire. KJ said, "What does he bake?" Well, you don't bake anymore.
No, that's why I'm a broken baker.
Yes.
I have 2 herniated discs, so I can't work
Mhm.
in a bakery anymore. But if you go to my channel, I do have some Danish cakes I bake before my laptop crapped
Yes.
out. So
Pam, he is from Denmark. Well, he's not from there. He is there. So
yeah, and no, a job done well. You didn't scare me off. I don't only have a thick skin. I have wide hips. I can take a lot of abuse, ladies.
Brandon says, "Can I give you a corner kiss?" Hold on here. So, sure. Mwah. There.
Thank you so much. That's from the Carla Rintala case. If you haven't seen that one, the first lesbian woman to kill her wife.
The first.
Yeah, in Massachusetts.
Okay. They were the first. Were they the first couple to get married? Oh, okay.
I don't know if they were first to get married, but the first lesbian to kill her wife in Massachusetts after it got legal. And let's just make this a little light before I go. Cara had a friend over the night before,
Yes.
but her girlfriend was mad, or her wife was mad jealous because they might be more than just friends. She
That
had been
happens.
at work with her work friend who she had an affair with, but only allowed him to kiss her on the corner of the mouth. But if he would get her an iPad, he was allowed to give her a full smooch. Sadly, she died before he got the full smooch. So he slept in her sleeping bag for months after she died.
Oh.
And by the way, she had a female girlfriend as well, besides
Oh.
her wife and her male partner. So corner kisses became a thing on my channel. So and she was 2 hung juries. Once she was convicted, that was overturned because of a paint expert not having paint expertise. And then she got convicted in one of those where there were so many lesser included, she got something for it.
Okay.
But before I go, everyone, I don't know if you know what a magic bullet is. Have this in memory when you see the defense part.
Okay.
I think it's doing the defense. It's not a plot, but keep it in mind.
I'll keep it in mind. Okay. I definitely will.
So have fun, and thank you so much for having
Thanks,
me
Baker. And it sounds like you're going to be watching the Super Bowl later.
on. I might watch Swifty Bowl.
Okay. Well, enjoy it. Have a nice time.
Thank
Support
you so much.
Tay-Tay.
And
She needs it.
Tay-Tay is the bestest. I'm just looking forward to it in 6 months when the album drops about. I thought I did it in some dance, but the tight end stepped on my heart like Tom Brady stepped away.
Well, I can't wait for the album when she talks about all the AI pictures.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's fun. Oh, and Panilla, Molly just got picked up today, so sadly she's not here anymore. That's my brother's dog. I've been dog sitting. But see you down the road, and if you need me to come and recap at another time, holler at your boy, as the young kids say.
I'll definitely do that. Thanks, Baker.
Say hi to the wife.
I will.
Bye.
Yep. Bye. Take care. All right, guys. So that's Broken Baker. We're gonna finish up this testimony of Kayla because let's see where it goes from here. But yes, guys, Broken Baker over at youtube.com/@thebrokenbaker. Here's his page. You guys can find everything he's doing here, all the stuff going on. Some stuff here in Danish, I don't know, but he's been covering the Adam Montgomery case. He's also been doing some of the Karen Reed stuff. So there he's getting his hair done, getting it all nice and ready, presentable. So that's where you guys could find them there. Why is it not sharing the what tab? Oh, there we go. That's why it's not sharing the tab. So here we go. Make us more depressed. Life isn't worth living anymore. Kill the stream. Yes, Brandon is in charge now. So, all right, guys. So let's get back to it.
You may be seated. Turn your nose whenever you're ready. Ms. Montgomery, I remind you, you remain under oath.
Kayla, before, excuse me. Before we broke, you were telling us about your time in the fit shelter.
Yes.
And you mentioned the defendant taking Harmony's body out of that ceiling. She was still in the duffel bag.
Yes.
Brought her into the bathroom. Is that right?
Yes.
You said when he was in there, you couldn't see what was going on, but you heard a bang.
Yeah.
What was he doing to her?
Trying to fit her in that bag.
When you say trying to fit her into that bag, is that the bag like this one?
Yes.
And you heard a bang while he was doing that.
Yes.
Did you hear any other noises?
No.
How long was he in the fit shelter bathroom trying to fit her into this bag?
About a couple hours.
You mentioned him putting her in garbage bags and then squishing her into a bag like that one.
Yes.
The duffel bag that he had initially put her in, what happened to that duffel bag?
He got rid of it.
Do you know what he did with it?
I don't know what he did with it. But it was no longer, we didn't have it anymore.
And was that after the bathroom?
Yes.
You said that Harmony's body was beginning to smell and that it was horrible.
Yes.
Did the defendant take measures to combat that smell?
Yes.
What did he do?
That is when he took her down from the ceiling and brought her into the bathroom to put her in the garbage bags and to get her to fit in that bag that's similar to that one. And he asked me to bring the bag to his job.
Where was his job at the time? Where was he working?
At Portland Pie in Manchester.
This is still while you were at the Families in Transition Shelter?
Yes.
How long did he work there for?
2 months.
And you said he asked you to bring the bag to him at work.
Yes.
Did you obey?
Yes.
How did you get there from the Families in Transition Shelter to his work?
I walked
And where was the bag at that point?
in the stroller.
How long of a walk is that from the shelter to his work at Portland Pie?
About 10, 15 minutes.
Was anyone with you during that walk?
My 2 kids.
Why did you obey the defendant when he told you to bring Harmony's body in that bag to his work?
Because I was scared.
Are you aware of what he did with her body once you brought it to him?
Yes.
What did he do with it?
He put it.
Sustained. If you would rephrase the
Your
question.
Honor. You said you're aware of what he did with her body at his work at the Portland Pie Pizza Company. How are you aware of what he did with it, Kayla?
Because he told me that he put her in the freezer.
Was that the only time, to your knowledge, that he put her in the freezer, or were there more times where he brought her and put her in the freezer?
That was my only time.
I want to go back for just a moment. When he was in the bathroom, you said it was for several hours.
Yes.
Are you aware of him doing anything to clean up in that bathroom?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what he did to clean up?
he used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom.
How do you know he used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom?
Because he specifically bought it.
Were you with him when he bought it?
I don't remember.
But you remember him using ammonia to clean.
Yes.
Did he tell you what he believed the ammonia would do?
It wouldn't show evidence of any blood or fluids.
And did he tell you at that point why he didn't want evidence to be shown, why he didn't want anything to be shown down the road?
So he wouldn't get in trouble and nobody could find anything.
Why did he put Harmony in the freezer at the Portland Pie Pizza Company?
Because he said that if she's in the freezer, there wouldn't be any fluids or anything leaking.
Okay. First of all right, Brandon, I guess we're doing some claws. Alrighty. And number 2, thank you for that super chat, by the way. I appreciate the support. I know that's not more support. I know that's a lot of your own personal enjoyment here, but thank you regardless. I guess I'm never eating at the Portland Pie Company ever. I don't care. I'm never eating there ever. They give away free pie. I'm not eating it. Just saying. Just saying. I mean, and imagine the people who I ate pie from there at that time. My pie was sitting next to a dead body that was congealing. Ugh. Yes, we have well, it's not key lime, it's the lemon lime. So, and we got black cherry. So, yeah. Oh, we're set. We're set. I'm very picky. I'm picky about my White Claws. There's only one White Claw I like. That's the thing. Only one White Claw type is good. What's the gayest flavor? I mean, really, they're White Claws. They're all kind of gay. I mean, really, the gayest ones are the non-alcoholic ones. But yeah. How can you not remember being with someone when they bought something specifically to cover up murder? Well, remember, here's part of the issue, too. You have to think about this, Amos. She's an idiot. Now, she might be trying to protect herself and protect him because she's a meth head. She's like, I still love him. She's also an idiot. You have to remember that's part of the issue here with this woman. She is a moron. She's a drug addict. So she thinks like a drug addict and a moron. I mean, her brain is... Yeah. So, okay, I'm trying to catch up here. My personal enjoyment, but they're more than 3 words. Oh. I just like something in return for my support, like a drunk lawyer. All right, fair enough. Oh, well, it's 2:00 in the afternoon. It's not too late. All right, we'll get started on this.
At some point around that time, did you get tax returns, your tax refund?
Yes.
Do you remember around when that was?
February or March, I believe, in 2021.
So I still want to talk about the time you were at the fit shelter. Did you eventually leave the fit shelter?
Yes.
And where did you live after the fit shelter?
Union Street in Manchester.
Do you remember when you moved into Union Street in Manchester?
Yes.
What day did you move there?
February 20th, 2020.
And did you sign a lease agreement for that apartment?
Yes.
Did you list Harmony as a child?
No.
How about on your tax returns? Did you list Harmony as a child?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors why you did that?
Because she lived with us for 6 months or more, and Adam told
That's
me
a
to
fair
leave her
legal
on there
argument.
Did he tell you why he wanted you to leave her on there?
so that it wouldn't seem It would just show that we still had her living with us.
So you moved into your apartment on Union Street on February 20th. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And that's of 2020.
Yes.
Where was he keeping Harmony at that point?
In the refrigerator of our apartment.
And I asked you earlier, and I think you said he began to discuss dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
What did he say about dismembering her?
That he just wanted to put her in, he would put her in pieces to get rid of her.
And was that at the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
That's where that discussion occurred?
Yes.
Did he ever discuss using tools on Harmony with you? Using tools on her body?
He said that he was going to try and use a saw. He wanted to use a hand saw or a NutriBullet.
And I want to unpack that.
And I didn't hear that last word, sorry.
And a NutriBullet. NutriBullet.
I mean, that's going to take a long time. And she's got bones. I don't think a bullet's going to chew up bones. Although maybe we should buy a NutriBullet and like, can we take a piece of meat from the supermarket and let it rot till it liquefies? That'll chop it up pretty good. But it's just like the Blend Tech commercials. Will it blend? And you blend up a 5-year-old's body. I don't think it'll eat the bones, so I don't know why he's doing this.
Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize the item that's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's a handsaw.
It's a handsaw?
Yeah.
Do you recognize this handsaw?
Yes.
When the defendant discussed dismembering Harmony, using tools on her,
Yes.
is this a saw that he discussed doing that with?
Yes.
Is this an accurate representation of that saw as you remember it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID, Marcus Full, State's Exhibit 63, and publish to the jurors.
Okay.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So this is the saw that he discussed using to dismember Harmony's body?
Yes.
That discussion again occurred at the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
You talked about something else just then, and we barely caught it. You mentioned a NutriBullet.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is, what a NutriBullet is?
It's like a blender that you can make smoothies in or any kind of puree food item.
What did the defendant say about using a NutriBullet, a blender on Harmony?
When we lived on Union Street,
What did he say about it?
he said that it would be good to use. It would help get rid of her.
It helped get rid of Harmony.
Yes.
Earlier, you mentioned the defendant talking about line. The idea
Yeah,
that
he's a pulse mode.
what was his idea? What was the purpose of using line?
That it would help her body decay.
That's what he told you.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And what can you tell me about this item? Do you recognize anything, particular markings on this item?
The bag of lime on the left side is similar to the one that he had.
When you say it's similar to the one that he had, who's he? Who's the he that
Adam.
you're referring to?
Adam.
And is there a circle around that bag?
Yes.
And is there writing underneath it?
Yes.
Do you recognize that writing?
It's my initials.
Is this an accurate representation of the item that you circled and initialed?
Yes.
Did you write those initials?
Yes.
Did you circle this item?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
to let it be known that that's the item that was similar to the one that he had.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full and publish State's Exhibit 62.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
If the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit and it may be published.
Kayla, who were you with when you circled this bag of wine?
Detective Dunleavy and Riley.
Is that Max Rayhill?
Yeah, that one.
Detective?
Yeah.
So you're with law enforcement.
Yes.
Yeah, she has immunity for all this.
And they asked you if you could identify. Have you seen?
Sorry, objection sustained.
Had you seen a bag of wine in your Union Street apartment?
Yes.
Where was that bag of wine located in your Union Street apartment?
In the bathroom.
Do you know how that bag of wine got there?
No.
Did you buy that bag of wine?
No.
When you saw that bag of wine in the bathroom of Union Street, what was going on in that bathroom at the time?
Adam was trying to de-thaw her body.
When you say Adam was trying to de-thaw her body, what was he doing specifically?
Taking the clothes off of her and putting her in the bag of lime.
And when he was trying to de-thaw her body, where was Harmony's body at the time?
In the bathtub.
And that's when you saw the bag of lime?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony's body in the bathtub?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors what you saw of her body in that bathtub.
I saw Harmony in the bathtub, still folded together the same way that she was left in that bag when we took her out of the car. And she just looked like she had just barely any skin, like she was just a layer of skin and bone. And she was all...
I mean, given the situation, is it really a bite or is it more of a spoonful? I mean, if she's all liquefied, you're not taking a spoonful, you're taking a spoonful, not a bite, guys. Or maybe it's like using a straw and going like, you're not taking a straw and like taking a sip.
bruised up.
And what was the defendant doing to de-thaw her?
He had the hot water running from the shower.
And where was the hot water running in the shower?
In the bathroom.
Where was the hot water running in relation to Harmony's body?
Union Street apartment.
Harmony's body, where was it in the Union Street apartment?
In the tub.
Was the hot water touching her?
Yes.
He was running it over her?
Yes.
And what was he doing to Harmony's body during this process?
Taking the clothes off of her.
Was he touching her at all during that process?
Yes.
Tell us how he was touching her.
He was cutting the clothes off of her and just de-thawing her.
Did he tell you to help him at some point?
Yes.
Did you obey him?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was scared.
How did you help him?
I helped him take the clothes off of her
How did he take the clothes off of her?
by cutting them with scissors.
What did he do with her body after he cut the clothes off of her?
Put her in the bag of lime.
You mentioned these clothes. What clothes was she wearing when he put her into that tub?
She had a hoodie on, and she had her leggings on. That's
Did you leave that bathroom at some point while he was in there?
yeah,
Why? Why'd you leave the bathroom?
because I needed to check on the kids, and I couldn't be in there anymore
And let's talk about that. What do you mean you couldn't be there in there anymore?
because I couldn't handle it. I didn't want to see anything.
How long was he in the bathroom for that day?
A few hours.
And that was with Harmony's body?
Yes.
At some point, did he close the door to the bathroom?
Yes.
Were you able to hear what he was doing in there?
No.
Were you able to? Why weren't you able to hear what he was doing in there?
Because our neighbor next door always had loud music playing, and I couldn't tell what noises were happening.
You mentioned a shower being on earlier.
Yes.
Did that shower stay on after you left the bathroom?
It was on when I left the bathroom, yes.
And did it stay on? Did he leave it on?
Yes.
Did he take breaks from what he was doing in the bathroom at any point?
No.
Did he leave the bathroom at any point?
No.
How many bags did you see in the bathroom with him?
3.
And what was happening with each of those bags?
He had lime in the bags.
So one of the bags was a bag of lime.
Yes.
Was it a large bag or a small bag?
The bags that he was putting them in were large trash
The
bags.
bag that contained the lime, was that a large bag or a small bag?
It was a large bag.
A large bag of lime?
Yes.
You said that he was putting that lime into a bag.
Yes.
Was there anything else in the bag when he was putting the lime in?
No.
Did you see Harmony's body go into the bag?
No.
What happened to Harmony's body after it was in the bathtub?
It was in the CMC bag.
What did he do with the CMC bag?
Put Harmony in it.
What did he do with the lime that was in the bathroom?
It was in the big trash bags.
The lime was in the big trash bags?
Well, I know he put the lime in trash bags, but I didn't see that bag after.
Which bag did you not see after
The
that?
lime bag.
Did he also add lime to the CMC bag?
Yes.
Was he talking to you during this process?
No.
He was working.
Yeah.
At any point, did you see him remove Harmony's body from the bathtub?
No.
You mentioned earlier that he put Harmony's body back into the CMC bag.
Yes.
How do you know that he did that?
Because he put the bag back in the freezer after.
You mentioned garbage bags.
Yes.
What was he doing with the garbage bags in that bathroom?
He had the big garbage bags put in the CMC bag and had the lime in the bag.
And that clothing that you mentioned, you used scissors to cut off her clothing.
Yes.
What happened to her clothing? What happened to Harmony's clothes?
It was put in a trash bag.
Was anything else put into that trash bag with her or with the clothes?
Not that the duffel bag.
So you saw the duffel bag again after the fit shelter.
Yes.
And that trash bag that the duffel bag went into, that the clothes went into, what happened to that trash bag?
I don't know.
Did the defendant tell you what he planned to do with that trash bag?
Throw him away.
Did he tell you specifically where he was going to throw it away?
He just said he wasn't going to leave him in our trash area. He was going to bring him somewhere
Did he say why he wasn't going to leave them in your trash?
so that there's no evidence.
Do you recall telling investigators that when you saw Harmony in the bathtub, the defendant was squishing the liquids out of her?
No.
You mentioned earlier the defendant talked about dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
Did he do that in the bathroom?
I don't know.
That conversation about dismembering Harmony, conversation about using the tools, how close in time was that to the steps, the actions the defendant took in the bathroom?
Well, I know that the conversation with the tool happened when I lived with my mother. we were staying at my mother's house. And by the time that he was trying to, I don't even know what he did, but it was a few months after.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant squished Harmony at the fit shelter. He squished Harmony into that CMC bag.
Yes.
You said that her body filled that bag.
Yes.
How was he able to add lime to that bag if it was full of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
You don't know what he did in that bathroom.
No.
And I believe you said this already, but what did he do with the bag, the CMC bag, after he was done in the bathroom?
He put it in the freezer.
Did the defendant ultimately dispose of what remained of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Did he get rid of her body
Not then.
at some point?
Yes.
And so I want to turn your attention to that. At some point, did he have a conversation with you about getting rid of that CMC bag, of getting rid of Harmony's body?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that conversation involved, what he said?
He said that that he wanted to get rid of her body soon because he was scared that if anything ever happened, he was scared of what would happen to him and me and the kids.
And what steps did the defendant take to get rid of that CMC bag that had Harmony's body in it?
He got in touch with an old friend of his,
Do you remember that old friend's name?
Travis Beach.
Did you know Travis Beach at the time?
No,
Had you met him before?
no.
Do you know how the defendant got in touch with Travis Beach?
I don't know who reached out to who, but I knew it was about selling a gun.
And did Travis Beach ever come to your apartment?
Yes,
Did he come to your apartment with a female?
yes.
Do you know that female's name?
Brittany.
And is that Brittany Bedard?
Yes.
Yes?
We're gonna skip ahead, guys. So these people are straight ghouls. Arson investigator for 1999. Thank you. Yes.
Ms. Montgomery,
Yes. From accomplice to star witness. Yeah. This is yeah. This is Brandon for $5 says, little did she know she's the trash bag. Or let me check my notes. Take the damn transcript from her. Well, yeah, it feels like she's reading stuff and reading the way she's preparing. I think there's an issue there with that. I mean, imagine if your wife tried to ask you about your day and you could just respond with, I can't talk about the case. Sign me up for OJ 2.0. Yeah. Yeah. And Gear for $2 says wood chipper needs to go brrr. Yes, it does. For both of them. These kids do not need their mother. The system will provide them with better families than she will ever hope to do. Did he throw them in every trash can down a Main Street? I mean, I don't think he went the Fotis Doulos route, but Fotis, I think, it's almost like they compared each other's notes because the bodies weren't found. Maybe Fotis had a NutriBullet as well. So. YouTube put a documentary on Hitler and the Freemasons directly below your stream, followed by VODs of your stream. Kind of flattering that they're going that far to sabotage me already. Okay, here we go, guys.
You mentioned a Brittany coming to your house.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the person that's depicted in this image? And I should say for the record, I'm showing Kayla what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 55.
That's Declan.
You recognize the individual in this image?
Yeah.
And you said it's Declan?
Yes.
Who is Declan to you?
My son.
Did Brittany, did she stay at your house for very long?
A couple days.
Okay. And at some point after Travis Beach, Brittany Bedard arrived at your home on Union Street, did you go to a hotel with them?
Yes.
At some point after they came to your house that day, when you went to that hotel with them, did you become aware of a U-Haul?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this U-Haul?
So that Adam can use it to dispose of Harmony's body.
Do you remember the name of the hotel that you stayed at?
The Econolodge.
And you mentioned not having an ID, not having a license. Whose name was that Econolodge room under?
Brittany.
Did they stay at the Econolodge with you?
Yes.
And were they in the same room as you or a separate room or something else?
Separate room.
When did you first become aware of the U-Haul?
Adam had talked to me about having her rent a U-Haul to use.
Did Adam tell you why he wanted her to rent a U-Haul to use?
Because she has a license. And to have it in somebody else's name.
Why did he want that U-Haul rental in someone else's name?
So that they can't prove that Adam rented it.
Did you see the U-Haul rental at any point?
Yes.
Can you describe the U-Haul rental for the jurors?
The rental U-Haul was a van. Like a van that like people that do painting would use.
So it was a rental van.
Yes.
And I want to back up for just a moment. You said you were at the Econolodge Hotel. Was Harmony's body with you in that hotel?
Yes.
Where was that body? Where was Harmony being stored?
In the fridge.
Did the defendant tell you where he planned to dump Harmony's body?
No.
Did he leave with the rental van at some point?
Yes.
Did he leave with the CMC bag at the same time?
Yes.
When did he leave?
It was in the middle of the night.
Did he say anything to you before he left?
No.
Did he tell you what he was doing?
No, but I already knew what he was doing.
And that's because he told you before.
Yes.
Did he tell you specifically why he wasn't telling you where he was going, where he was dumping Harmony?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he told you.
He said he wasn't telling me where he was bringing her so that if anything like this happened and the cops got involved, that I wouldn't be able to tell. I wouldn't know where she is, so I couldn't tell anybody where she is. Only he would know.
Kayla, where is Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Kayla, where did he dump Harmony?
I don't know.
Did he return to the hotel room?
Yes.
And when did he return?
It was like right before the sun came out
Did he say anything to you when he returned?
that he got rid of her.
That CMC bag, the one that he squished Harmony into,
Yes.
was it still with him?
No.
I want to switch gears, Kayla. I told you we'd get back to this, but I want to talk about the time that you were living in the fit shelter, the time you were living in your apartment on Union Street. At some point during that time frame, early 2020, did the defendant begin to suspect that you were informing on him?
Yes.
Did he suspect that you were informing on him about Harmony?
Sustained.
I'll rephrase. What did he suspect that you were informing on him about?
About killing Harmony.
And what did he do because of those suspicions?
He started abusing me.
I want to unpack that abuse. Can you tell the jurors what he did? What he did to you?
Unpack that. That is such a
When he would
foolish
accuse
thing.
me of talking to police or detectives, he would ask me if I was telling, and I would say no. And he would say just to tell him the truth, and I wouldn't agree, saying that I did. And then because he would end up hitting me, and I finally said that I did, even though I didn't, but he still hurt me anyway.
You said that he ended up hitting you. He would still hurt me anyway.
Yes,
How did he hurt you, Kayla?
by punching me
Where did he punch you?
in the head,
What did he punch you with, Kayla?
his hands,
Open hand, closed fists, something else?
both,
How often did this happen to you? How often did he do this?
constantly. It just kept happening.
What was it like living with him back then, Kayla?
It was definitely not good.
Do you recognize what's depicted in what's marked as States Exhibit 99, Kayla?
Yes, it's me with 2 black eyes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you on that day?
Yes,
Do you remember what day this was?
March 17th,
Is that of 2020 or 2021?
2021.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID mark as full and publish to the jury States Exhibit 99.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken. This entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
Kayla, you said that the abuse started in early 2020.
Yes,
You said that this photo was taken in March of 2021.
yes,
You also said that this was a regular occurrence.
yes,
We're at 1.25.
From the time that the abuse began until you took this photograph, was it consistent with the defendant? Was he consistently accusing you?
yes,
Was he consistently hitting you?
yes,
Was he doing things to items in your house?
yes.
What was he doing to the items in your house?
Destroying everything, breaking a lot of stuff,
Why was he breaking things, Kayla?
because he thought that there was microphones in the house, and I was telling on him, and thought there was cameras.
That's meth paranoia for you.
You said that he would hit you, that he would hurt you. Did he also threaten you?
Yes,
Tell the jurors what he said would happen to you.
he said that he would be able to contact his family member, his Uncle Kevin, and have him kill me and cut me in pieces, and nobody would be able to find me.
Did he say why that would happen? Why he would have that done?
If I ended up telling on him
Telling on him about what?
about Harmony being murdered.
What else did the defendant do when he suspected that you were working with the police?
He was very abusive.
During one of those incidents, do you recall trying to call someone for help, trying to get help?
Yes,
And Caleb, let me ask you this. Do you know someone named Roseanne Smith?
yes.
Who is Roseanne Smith to you?
She was the public transportation for the ride to the clinic.
I want you to tell the jurors about an incident involving Mrs. Smith.
I was going to the methadone clinic, and I left without him while he was sleeping, because he would tell me we're not going even when our ride showed up, but I ended up going while he was sleeping. And I was getting dropped off, and I had a black eye, and Rose saw my black eye, and I asked her if I could use her phone to call somebody so I could call my mom or somebody to help me. And he saw that I was using her phone, and he came and ripped it out of my and her hand. I was handing her back the phone, and he ripped it out of her hand and asked who I was calling. And he was being very aggressive.
And you were trying to call for help.
Yeah.
Do you know someone named Tara Hilbert?
Yes.
Tell the jurors about an incident involving Miss Hilbert.
Adam would tell me that I couldn't leave the house, and I ended up leaving and running out of the house, and I had my daughter in my arms, and I ran to Tara's apartment, which was right next door, and asked her if she could call my mom, and then Adam came out and followed me and put me in a chokehold and said to tell her to not call my mom, to don't make that phone call or else he's going to hurt me.
Kayla, why couldn't you leave the house?
Because he thought that I was trying to tell on him.
And let me ask you this, Kayla. When you left the house, were your two small sons still in the house with him?
Yes,
Why did you only take your daughter?
because she was in my arms. I was already feeding her, and I just ran out and to find help, and I could go back and get the kids.
The image that I showed you, you described having bruising, black eyes.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you, Kayla?
Yes,
Why does it stand out to you?
because that's the day that I took the kids and left.
Are you still married to the defendant?
Yes,
When did you get married to him?
on Harmony's birthday in 2017.
Do you remember that day, Harmony's birthday?
Yes,
What day was it?
it was June 7th.
And can you tell us that date again that you left him?
It was March 17th, 2021.
Are you aware of whether or not he began a relationship with another individual after you left him?
No.
Do you know someone named Kelsey Small?
Yeah.
Did you ever meet Kelsey Small?
Yes.
Did officers in December of 2021 contact you regarding Harmony being missing?
Yes.
And you mentioned a lie earlier. Did you stick to that lie?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors why you stuck to that lie.
Because Adam told me to just stay saying that lie.
And so when they contacted you in December of 2021, you gave them that lie.
Yes.
And after they left you, did you contact Adam?
Yes.
What did he say when you contacted him?
He said not to say anything and to say I want a lawyer and don't tell them where he is.
Where was he at the time?
In Maine.
And did you tell him to get back here?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember where you were on December 30th, 2021?
I was at the family shelter.
Do you remember going to a Walmart that day?
Yes.
And Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 65 for identification.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the individuals that are depicted in that image?
It's Kelsey, Adam, and myself.
And can you point to Adam on that image? Is this a fair and accurate representation of you, Kelsey, and Adam at the Walmart on December 30th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 65.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
And you said, you pointed here?
Yes.
That's Adam?
Yes.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 90. I'm just going to ask that you look at each page in turn. Do you recognize the individuals depicted in these images?
Yes, it's Kelsey and me.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Kelsey and me.
Do you see the defendant anywhere in these images?
That's not him. No.
So it's Kelsey and you.
Yeah.
Again, is this the images that are depicted here accurate representations of you and Kelsey that day?
Yes.
Or no need to strike ID and Marcus Small States Exhibit 90.
I heard something.
Yes.
So, real quick, Brandon, you had another on here it says drugs are bad. Okay. Also for $2. Who wore it better, me or Kayla? Well, I put a poll up for you guys to figure that out. Let's see we'll see the voting in a second. And Brandon, for $5 more, says before you cross, you need to lay out a few of the million ways you would dunk on this lady. Oh, I mean, there's a couple of them already. I mean, the biggest one is she's admitted she's lying. She's admitted she has immunity here. She's repeatedly lied. I mean, some of the story already isn't adding up the way she's talking about it. And from what Baker's mentioned, it only gets worse from here. So, yeah, I would just hammer on all the reasons she has to lie. And it sounds she's got like 2 to 14 reasons to lie, especially avoiding 14 years in prison for all the perjury. So, and she also just sounds like a horrible parent. So yeah, you can hammer in all that stuff. Future Miss Smart 2.0 gifting 5 memberships. Thank you. Whoever got those, I'm sure will be thrilled. And they could join us tonight for our stream while the Super Bowl's going on. Yeah, we're gonna get here. We're gonna skip ahead to this sidebar though. What's a long sidebar? It's truly sad this girl had to rely on these people to be their parents, but thank God the other kids didn't die, but I can't imagine they suffered. They fared much better ultimately. I mean, they're alive, but how bad was their upbringing? Wow. Yeah, they are going.
Did you?
They went for a while here. Holy cow.
Did you go to the Walmart? Did you?
To trade phones in for money.
Do you remember how many phones you traded in that day?
Like 3 or more.
Whose phones did you trade in?
Mine and Adam's, and I don't know who else.
And can you remind us, who were you with at the Walmart that day?
It was myself, Kelsey, and Adam.
Kayla, we spoke earlier about your convictions.
Yes.
Was that actually part of a plea agreement that you entered into?
Yes.
The testimony that you've provided today, what is your testimony based on?
Actually being there?
Is it based on the truth?
Yes.
At some point you were charged with perjury, and we talked about that earlier, but after that charge, did you agree to proffer information, to provide information to the state?
Yes.
What was the sentence that you received for your charges, your perjury charges?
I got a 3.5 to 7 suspended, and then I got a 3.5 to 7 with 1.5 off my minimum.
And what portion of that prison sentence are you currently fulfilling today?
My minimum.
What's the suspended portion of your sentence as a whole?
It's 3.5 to 7 for 10 years.
Other than the sentence conditions and your cooperation agreement with the state, are there additional conditions that you have to follow right now?
To tell the truth.
What happens if you breach that agreement? What happens if you violate that agreement?
Then I get charged with whatever you guys decide to charge me with.
with all my charges that got dropped and whatever else.
Kayla, what's your primary obligation under that agreement?
To tell the truth.
And I want to follow up just briefly with a few of the things that you've said. You testified earlier that the defendant told you he hit Harmony back in July of 2019.
Yes.
You said that he gave Harmony a black eye that day.
Yes.
You said that he murdered Harmony on December 7th, that you witnessed him murder Harmony on December 7th, 2019.
Yes.
You said that you saw him carry Harmony's body for months and compressing her, squishing her into a bag.
Yes.
You said that after months of carrying her, he ultimately disposed of Harmony's body.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you're able to identify the person that you've said did those things. Kayla, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
Who is that?
Adam Montgomery.
Is that the Adam Montgomery that you referred to as abusing you for those months and months?
Yes.
The same one that you said gave Harmony a black eye, confessed to giving Harmony a black eye.
Yes.
The same one that beat Harmony to death, that murdered her in the Sebring.
Yes.
Kayla, at any point, did you pull Harmony out of the Sebring and stuff her into that duffel bag?
No.
At any point, did you fold her in half, as you described the defendant doing?
No.
Did you walk her to Badero's?
No.
Did you take her and put her in the ceiling of your room at the Fit Shelter?
No.
Did you smush her into a CMC bag like the one I showed you earlier?
No.
Did you compress her further and add lime to her in the bathroom of your Union Street apartment?
No.
Did you put her in a U-Haul van and dump her somewhere?
No.
Who did those things, Kayla?
Adam Montgomery.
Well,
At any point when you were living in that vehicle after you've been evicted, were you ever alone with Harmony?
No.
how many times have you lied to police?
Because we were just always in the car.
Kayla, I want you to look at these jurors. Kayla, did you
Yes,
kill
plea
Harmony?
deals are for squeals. Thank you, Arson,
did
for
not.
another
Did you
$9.99.
beat her to death?
No, I did not.
Were you alone with her when she died?
No, I was not.
But you're a liar and everything else. Thank you, arson investigator. Let's just believe her now. Believe her now.
Kayla, thank you. I have no additional questions for you.
All right. Council, I think this is a good time for the lunch break. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take
Okay, so it's lunch. What do I think? This is a good question by Kimbo. What do you think the chances are those charges get brought back? If they convict him on this, probably not, because they got what they wanted. They got the conviction. Going after them at this point just doesn't look good. But yes, plea deals are for squeals. Well, sometimes they squeal. That's why the defense attorney should be rejected on leading questions. It's how she's keeping her lies straight. Her makes her answer leading questions, it falls apart. Yeah, it could, but I mean, I think their point is, and I assume the defense attorney strategy is going to be to hammer the living dog shit out of her about all the times you lie. And I think the prosecutor did do a good job pointing out, draw the sting away from that, because they're going to point out, how many times have you lied? A lot. What have you lied about? Pretty much everything. So I just, she is not a good witness. She's really not one you want on the stand.
an hour lunch break now, so please.
So we'll take an hour break here. Here we go.
Yes, Your Honor.
That lady's like a midget version of Elaine. Wow, really is. Nice old grandma.
I do want to go back to, I have a lot of questions, but I do want to go back to some of the stuff that you said at the end and make sure I understand. I think you said that you were never alone with Harmony once you were evicted.
Right.
And I think you said pretty much the whole family unit stayed in the car.
Yes.
And that was from the time that you were evicted.
Yes.
And I think you also said something about from the time that you were evicted, every time you were in public, Harmony had to be under a cover.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about an accident that was on November 29,
Yes.
and that's the day after Thanksgiving,
Yes.
a couple of days after you got evicted.
Yes.
And after that, on the same day of that accident, you actually went with the family to your mother's house.
Yes.
And so you, Harmony, Declan, and Seamus are there with your mother and her boyfriend and Adam.
Yes.
You were not in the car at that time.
No, we were inside the apartment.
And Harmony was not under a blanket.
No.
And on December, what is it? 2nd, you and Adam got in another bit of a fender bender, right?
Yes.
And that was out near Market Street, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not in the car that time, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that they were not in the car?
I don't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. So do you remember talking to the police about that traffic accident
Yes.
and telling them that you thought that Harmony was being babysat by Tabitha Scott?
Yes.
Because Harmony and Declan and Seamus were not in the car that accident, right?
From when I was being told, asking to remember that.
I beg your pardon?
I was being asked that question before,
Uh-huh.
and I said maybe they were being babysat by Tabitha because I didn't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. You couldn't remember who might be babysitting them, either your mother or Tabitha, right?
Right.
Um,
Because I don't remember not having them in the car.
okay. If I showed you a copy of the police report on that accident, would that help refresh your recollection of whether or not the kids were in the car?
Yes.
I'm surprised he doesn't object because she didn't write the report.
I'll show you a copy of a report. It's
Hmm.
4 pages, and you can read anything you want to refresh your recollection, but I would start perhaps there, that talks about the gist of the accident. I had it.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether the kids were in the car?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you about that conversation with the police. You recall the accident,
Yes.
and you recall that it was near Market Street.
Yes.
And you recall that accident when you were talking to the police, correct?
Yes.
And I have a copy of that. We'll go back a little bit. You had a conversation with the police June 3rd. You recall that?
Of what year?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Yes.
And during that conversation, the police asked you about that accident, right?
Yes.
And when they asked you about the accident, they suggested that with it being at Market Street in the morning, you had probably just gone to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And they asked you where the kids were, right?
Yes.
And you said, I think Tabby was watching them. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't remember if it was her or my mom, but I don't know because I wasn't really at my mom's house yet because we went on the 11th.
Yes.
Okay. So when they asked where the kids were, you thought that they were being babysat by Tabitha, perhaps your mother.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to start with actually probably this investigation. And you were contacted by police. Sorry. Don't mix that. But you were contacted by police in December of 2021, right?
Yes.
But there had actually been information in the media about looking for Harmony Montgomery, right?
Yes.
And you had actually seen things in the newspaper about Crystal Sorey wanting to find her daughter.
Yes.
And then when the police came to you, they wanted to talk to Adam about his daughter, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you and Adam were separated, right?
Yes.
You were living in the shelter.
Yes.
This was your second time at the Fit shelter, right?
Yes.
And Adam was in Maine, right?
Yeah.
And when they talked to you, you told them that as far as you knew, Adam had taken Harmony to his mother's, right?
Her mother's. Yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you. And you said that you thought Adam was in Maine,
Yes.
but you didn't give them a way to get in touch with him.
Right.
But you got in touch with him.
Yes.
And you said for him to come back to Manchester.
Yes.
You said that he needed to deal with this too.
Yes.
And you said that you were not dealing with it by yourself.
Yes.
And you said, this is not my fault.
Yes.
And Adam came when you contacted him.
Yes.
And he came to Manchester.
Yes.
But he came to Manchester with a woman,
Yes.
Kelsey Small.
Yes.
And you two had been separated since March of 2021.
Yes.
Actually, St. Patrick's Day, wasn't it?
Yes. That's when I left.
You left and you called the police.
Yes.
And Adam got arrested, right?
Yes.
And he was in jail for a while, right?
30 days. Yes.
And you said he was going crazy, right?
Yes.
That he started going crazy and accusing you of all sorts of stuff.
Yes.
And he actually struck you.
Yes.
And you called the police.
Yes.
And you stayed with your mom for a little bit after that.
Yes.
And then you were back at the shelter.
Yes.
But you did have a place and the shelter was fine with you being there.
I didn't have a place.
You had a place at the shelter.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. And you contacted Adam.
Yes.
You contacted him quite a bit while he was gone, right?
Yes.
Because he was in jail for a bit and then he went to Farnham Center, right?
Yes. I gave him a ride. So our transportation drove him to the farm center.
And then he went to a sober house.
Yes.
And while at the sober house, you two communicated.
Yes.
But you thought he might be fooling around on you then.
Yes.
And you get mad at him.
Yes.
And you tell him you couldn't see the kids.
I don't remember that.
Wait, hold on, guys. Here, we'll skip ahead. Thought she was taking a second, but it's going to be. Hi,
So
John.
sometimes you wouldn't let him see the kids and sometimes you would.
I don't remember saying that he couldn't see the kids.
Okay. Sometimes you'd get mad at him.
Yes.
And you'd communicate your anger to him.
Yes.
And then sometimes you got jealous.
Yes.
And you'd communicate your jealousy to him.
But that I didn't know that he was with a girlfriend at those times.
Right. You just were jealous. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Whether it was Kelsey or not, you didn't know what was going on. But
Because he was accusing me too.
right.
So
Right. So it was sort of a back and forth relationship between the two of you,
Right.
right? And you get mad at him or he might get mad at you, right?
yes.
But when things were, but you were actually, both of you sort of trying to get together too, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have our family back together.
Yeah. You considered him your best friend when things were good.
Yes. It was the
And
same way with me too.
right. You two were pretty connected when things were good, right?
Yes.
And sometimes even when things were not so good.
Right.
Pretty solid with each other.
Yeah.
And so when Adam showed up with this woman in December of 2021, when you called him and told him to come back, you didn't like her.
No.
I think you called her thing.
Yeah.
But you needed to work with Adam to get through this investigation, right?
That's not why I was being nice to him. Was not because of this situation.
Okay. The police talked to you before you told Adam to come back, but they talked to you after you told Adam to come back too, right?
Yeah.
And you would tell the police that he took Harmony to his mother's.
Yes.
And one time they asked you to come in to the police station and talk to him.
Yes.
And you did go into the police station and talk to him, right?
Yes.
You went in voluntarily, right?
Yes.
You said that you didn't need a lawyer.
No, I never said that.
You said you talked to him without a lawyer, right?
I said I wanted a lawyer, but that didn't happen.
Oh,
But I felt like I was doing the right thing.
because you wanted to do the right thing?
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing for the investigation.
Wow.
Right.
And you went to the police station to do the right thing for Harmony.
Right.
And you went to the police station and told them that as far as you knew, Adam drove Harmony to Crystal's.
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing, which was to lie?
No, that's not what I said when I went to the police station without a lawyer.
Okay. Do you recall that after you talked to them for a very long time, they gave you a chance to pull your thoughts together and be alone and maybe write down what you wanted to say?
Yes.
And that you did take that time to write down what you wanted to say to them, right?
Yes.
And they came in and you handed them the note, right?
Yes.
And they read the note, right?
Yes.
And they read it out loud for the record.
Yes.
And they had you sign the note, right?
Yes.
And in that note, you said, I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom to give Harmony to her after he dropped me off at work in the morning.
Yes.
And you wrote, I'm done talking. And you wrote a little bit more. And then you said, I can't help anymore. I'm sorry. I can't help you. Look at me, however. And I actually can't to show you a copy of Exhibit A2 for ID and actually ask you what it says.
Can you give me that word? You can look at me, however.
And I'm asking you if you said this stuff, if you need to refresh your recollection, you can, okay?
Okay.
So you said, I'm sorry, I can't help. You can look at me, however. Think of me, however. You just need to get him to talk because I can't get him to say anything to me. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something and isn't saying anything to me. And if he isn't telling me, how am I supposed to help you? I'm done talking. And then it goes on a little more for other stuff that I won't say. Okay.
Okay.
Is that what you wrote for him?
Yes.
You were done talking, right?
And I remember it saying I want a lawyer.
You did, right? In that
Yes.
letter.
Yes.
And you said that you were done talking and you were getting your lawyer and you wanted to go home now, please, right?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to offer this as as a full exhibit.
Any objection? Imagine that. She wanted a lawyer and the cops didn't get her one. Shocking, I know. I will say that was smart on her part to ask for a lawyer, but it was dumb to talk anyway.
So essentially, you were pointing the finger at Adam having done something wrong, not you, right?
Right.
And you were lying to the police about what happened, right?
Right.
And you were giving them a lie that pretty much gave you, made you look completely innocent.
Yes.
Okay. And then they came to you another time
Yes.
while you were at the fit shelter,
Yes.
and they wanted to ask you about Adam, right?
Yes.
Because they actually saw you and Adam talking outside of the fit shelter, and Adam had just walked away, and they came up, right?
I don't remember how that went, but I guess
Okay. Pretty much right after Adam walked away, they walked up, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. When they told you that they wanted to talk about Adam, you just sort of smiled at him and walked away, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when the officer asked you to come to the police department, you said you'd already told him everything, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie as well, right?
Yes.
And then during that interview, you also told them that you didn't understand why Crystal was saying she didn't have harmony.
Yeah.
And in that, and what you told the police back then was that you didn't have a clue what had happened, right?
Right.
And again, you are distancing yourself so that you have no fault in this, right? They can't blame you.
That's not what I was doing. I was doing what I was told to do the whole
Okay.
time.
Okay. Well, Adam got arrested on January 5th, right?
Yes.
You got arrested on January 6th.
Yes.
You knew that Adam was arrested, right?
Yes.
And you were arrested for something that eventually became a theft charge, right?
Yes.
And after you were arrested, you were incarcerated.
Yes.
You were incarcerated for several months,
Yes.
and you wanted to get out.
Yes.
You worked very, very hard to get out, right?
Yes.
You worked very hard to get into rehabilitation shelters and the like in hopes that you could get out to the shelter
Yes.
on bail.
Yes.
And it took a long time, right?
Yes.
I think it was May 6th you finally got out.
Yeah, it was 4 months.
Pardon?
4 months.
Okay. So May 6th is about right.
Yes.
I want to talk about some of the things going on while you were in jail, waiting to get out. Adam, by the way, you knew was not out on bail, right?
Right.
And you knew he could not get out on bail, right?
Right.
You had the ability to get out on bail, but he did not.
I didn't know he didn't have a chance to get out on bail. I
Okay.
didn't know what was going on with him.
Okay. What do you mean you didn't know what was going on?
I didn't know what his situation was with either getting out or not getting out or trying to get out. I had no idea.
Okay. You were sort of following events while you were incarcerated, right?
Not really.
Okay. You were following what was going on with Adam while you were incarcerated, right?
I don't know.
Do you remember talking to people about the fact that Adam was still talking to Kelsey on the phone while he was incarcerated?
Yes.
So, and you were saying, I have ways of finding things out, right?
No.
Okay. We'll get back to that in a second.
Did it get really quiet for everybody?
During that period of incarceration that you wanted to get out, you did not tell the police the truth of what happened to Harmony.
Guys, hold on. I'm going to refresh the
Didn't
page because
tell,
every once in a while it does this where the
police how
sound
Harmony
drops out.
died.
So hold on here. 50429. All right.
During that period of
we go, sounds
incarceration
back.
that you wanted to get out, you didn't tell
There we go.
the police
Back to
how
normal.
Harmony died.
Right.
You didn't tell him when she died.
Right.
You didn't tell him anything truthful at all, right?
Right.
And then while you were in jail, you sort of thought about your own trouble and maybe how to get out of trouble, right?
Not just my own trouble, but okay.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to explain it.
You thought about missing the kids, you mean? Their trouble too, because they didn't have their mother?
Yeah. And Adam. I was still thinking about Adam too.
Okay. You were thinking about Adam, weren't you?
Yeah.
And while you were thinking about how to get out of trouble, you sort of wrote some of your thoughts down on paper about how to get out of trouble, right?
Not how to get out of trouble, just what I was thinking. Yes.
About what you wanted while you talked about betraying Adam, right?
Right.
To get what you wanted, right?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what is marked for ID as G10. Let's see if you recognize these writings. You finish?
Yeah.
Do you recognize those writings?
Yes.
And those are writings of your.
All right, come on, line crime, let's go.
Your thoughts that you put in paper about what you wanted to betray Adam, right?
Find out why. Why am I experiencing interruptions?
No. They are my thoughts. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's go. One of the things that you wanted was one last time with Adam, right?
Right.
You wanted one last time to maybe kiss him or make love.
Yep.
And what you didn't write was that you wanted protection from Adam, right?
Right.
What you didn't write was that you
You guys are
were
going to
afraid of
refresh it
Adam.
again. I don't know what the deal is. I'm going to turn down the quality. Apparently, this is fighting us
One
for some
last time
reason.
with Adam, right?
Right.
You wanted one last time to maybe kiss him or make love.
Yep.
And
And here we go. No. We're not doing that.
one last time with Adam, right?
Right.
You wanted one last time to maybe kiss him or make love.
Yep.
And what you didn't write was that you wanted protection from Adam, right?
Right.
What you didn't write was that you were afraid of Adam, right?
Right.
Because you didn't want protection from Adam, right?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay. You just wanted to be with him one last time before you, as you put it, betrayed him, right?
Yes.
And having one last time with Adam before you talked to the police, you felt like he would understand and he would love you back, right?
No, I'm thinking about the conversation that him and I had before
About?
the kids still having their mother when
Okay.
this situation occurs,
Right.
and that he would take everything
Yeah.
so that I could be with the kids.
Right. You two talked about that and what would happen. And you both agreed that you were the mother. You were more important to the kids, right?
Right,
That you were the mother of his children, right?
right,
And you needed to be there for his children,
right.
right? And you needed to be around more than he needed to be around.
No.
You actually wanted him to not be caught, right?
Yeah, I didn't.
Pardon?
I didn't.
And you wanted him to not be blamed for the death
Right.
because he didn't do what you said he did.
He did do what he did.
Okay. Well, one of the things that you wanted, other than being alone one last time, was immunity. Immunity for everything, the charges you were facing and what you were about to say, right?
Right,
And it's what you were about to say about Adam, right?
right.
You weren't going to say anything about you if you didn't have to, right?
I was going to say everything.
Okay. And you wanted the kids in your life. You didn't want to lose custody of your kids, right?
Right,
And you wanted treatment, right?
right,
You wanted mental health counseling, right?
right.
And immunity from everything. Where did you learn about immunity? For Adam told you about immunity?
Yeah.
And this is things that you're going to talk to your lawyer about?
Yes.
Okay. And you thought that you want to see what the AG has to offer, but you don't want to end up being screwed yourself by them, right?
Right.
You didn't want them to play games with you and then you would get fucked in the end, right?
Yeah, because that's what Adam said that they would do.
Okay. It was all Adam, right?
I am my own person, but yes.
Okay. And you said, I am so fucked, I should just, I don't know, for Harmony, for me, for my kids, so you actually thought, maybe I will help with the investigation for Harmony.
Yeah.
And one of the things is you were noticing that Seamus was having a hard time, as well as Declan, and you didn't want them to get adopted out, right?
Right.
And it's one of the things that you talked to Adam about when you two agreed not to talk about Harmony's death, was that people would take the children.
Right.
And you didn't want people to take the children, right?
Right.
And you would rather hide Harmony's death than have the state come and take the children from you, right?
That's not what I was thinking.
Okay. But you two talked about it and how important it was for you to be there with the kids and for them not to take the children, right?
Yes.
And it is a conversation that you and Adam had after you discovered Harmony's death.
Yes.
And it is something that you agreed to after you discovered Harmony's death, right?
Yes.
And Adam did agree to take the fall after you discovered Harmony's death and had that conversation.
Yes.
And as you said, when you two were in sync, it was about as tight as it could be, right?
Right.
Best friends, do anything for the other.
Right.
That note was your thoughts for what you wanted your attorney to talk to the AG about, right?
Yes.
And that note was found in your cell, hidden like between the mattress and the frame?
No, it was in a book.
Okay. But it was found during a regular cell search, right?
Yes.
And the COs asked you about that note.
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to talk to the AG.
Yes.
And when you hoped to talk to the AG, those were the conditions that you wanted to get.
Yes.
And you did not have a conversation with the AG in January, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in February, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in March, right?
No.
But you did get a subpoena for the grand jury.
Yes.
And you understood what the grand jury was.
Yes.
And you did get out May 6th, right? That
Yes.
was before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you still didn't talk to the AG before you went to the grand jury.
Right.
By the way, I would like to have that introduced as a full exhibit. That would be G for ID.
Yes, nobody really wants to fix her at this point. So, real quick, guys, we'll do the poll now. 142 votes in. Ending the poll. 90% of you said I wore it better. 10% Kayla. Thanks, chat.
Exhibit G, the ID is stricken. It is entered as a full exhibit.
Did it get quiet again for everybody?
You,
Whenever you're ready.
sorry,
That's okay.
I couldn't. So in any event, you, after that
Yes,
note
we got to that point.
was,
Jesus Christ.
seized, you asked to talk to the AG. You didn't talk to the AG before getting subpoenaed to the grand jury, but you did get out, right?
Yes.
And before you got out, you actually filed for divorce, right?
Yes.
You filed for divorce in March,
Yes.
and you were done, right?
As hard as it was, yes.
Okay, done. He was in your past now.
Not really, but
Okay. But your future was about you now, right?
yeah, I tried.
Okay. And you went to the grand jury in May of 2022,
22.
May 20th, actually, right? That sound right?
I didn't know it was in the same month that I got out, but I thought it was around that time between May and June.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the front of the transcript of your testimony, would that help refresh your recollection about when it was?
Yes.
Okay, and this is State's Defendant's Exhibit B for ID. Does that refresh your recollection? Yes, please feel free to check through the transcript to make sure it's correct and that it's you.
I remember I remember going to this, yes.
Okay. And looking at it doesn't refresh your recollection about the exact day, but it seems like around the,
Yes.
okay. Now, when you went to the grand jury, you had no immunity, right?
Right.
You had no agreement with the state.
Right.
And about 2 years, over 2 years had passed since Harmony had died.
Yes.
And over 2 months had passed since you wrote that note that is Exhibit G of the conditions that you'd like to get for, quote, betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And so you went to the grand jury
Yes.
and you were advised that you had to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
They actually swore you in like you were sworn in here.
Yes.
And there was a prosecutor there asking you questions.
Yes.
And there was a group of people not in this configuration, but probably even more people there that were the grand jury.
Yes.
And you were not particularly happy with Adam when you went to the grand jury, right?
I was stuck in my head.
Okay. Well, you lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Even though you swore an oath to tell the truth.
Yes.
And not only did you swear an oath to tell the truth, but you were actually given, I think what they called ground rules. Do you remember being given some of the rules of testifying in front of the grand jury?
Yes.
And you were told that you could refuse to answer any question if it would incriminate you, right?
Yes.
And you understood what incriminating you would mean, right?
Yes.
And that meant if it would get you in trouble.
Yes.
And you were told that incrimination was pretty much if your answer would risk you being charged with a crime.
Yes.
And you were also told that if you did answer, you had to answer truthfully.
Yes.
But you were also told that if you had an answer that got someone else in trouble, you had to answer that.
Yes.
And you were asked if you had any questions about those rules, right?
Yes.
And you were also told that if you had a question about any of the questions,
Yes.
meaning if a question might incriminate you or not, you could take a break, step outside and talk to your lawyer, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but he was available to you, right?
Yes.
And if you thought that a question might get you in trouble, you could go out and talk to your lawyer.
Yes.
And you were also told that you could get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
You were told that not only could you get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury, but you could get charged with perjury for each and every lie.
Yes.
And that a perjury charge could bring a sentence of 3.5 to 7 years
Yes.
in prison.
Yes.
And that if you lied more than once, you could get more than one sentence of 3.5 to 7.
Yes.
You could get a sentence of 3.5 to 7 for every lie you told to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
And
It just shows you how big of a
you
moron
lied
she is.
more than once.
Yes.
You lied more than twice.
I only got 2 counts of it, so I don't remember lying more than twice.
You do not recall lying more than twice to the grand jury.
Right.
You think you only lied twice to them.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go through what you talked to the grand jury about. They actually talked to you. The prosecutor had this note. The grand
Yes.
jury, right?
Yes.
And I couldn't tell. Was it this note that was handwritten by you, or was it a copy of it?
It was a copy of it.
Okay. And he read some and had you read some of the note out loud to the grand jury so he could ask you questions about it, right?
Yes.
And he asked you what you meant by thinking about betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And you said you were thinking about, that he hurt Adam, Harmony, right?
Yes.
Because he had actually only been arrested on June 5th for second-degree assault to Harmony.
Yes.
And you said that betrayal sort of referred to that. You were going to betray him on that.
Yes.
Okay. Because you said that you didn't know what happened to Harmony, that you had no idea.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And you said you thought Adam hurt her, but you didn't know what happened to her.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And that was a lie that protected you, but pointed the finger at Adam, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked about physical abuse by Adam,
Yes.
and you said he spanked her a couple of times when she wasn't listening or something, but it wasn't a lot.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
And when they asked, well, what is it that you're talking about betraying him? You said, well, he verbally abused her by putting her in a corner and spanking her.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
Okay. You told the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony was 2 days after Thanksgiving, 2019.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You told them that Adam dropped you off at work because he was bringing her to her mother's.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
And you said all the kids were in the car. you were going to work and everybody was fine.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You said that you worked in the morning. You knew it was, they asked you about your shift and you said it was 6 to 2 at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
And that was the truth for when you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, but it was a lie for 2 days after Thanksgiving, right? You didn't work at Dunkin' Donuts 2 days after Thanksgiving.
Right.
And that was one of the lies that you got charged with.
Yes.
Okay. But you had lied before that, right? To the grand jury already.
Yes.
And then you also said the day that you were working on at the Dunkin' Donuts, and that was your second charge.
Yes.
So you got charged for lying about the shift that you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, and you got charged for lying about
It was the location.
the location, not the
Yes.
day.
Yes.
Okay. The location of Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
But not all those other lies that we've already talked about. You
No.
didn't get charges for them, right? And when you told the grand jury that you were working at Dunkin' Donuts that day, the prosecutor actually gave you a hint. He said, "Are you sure?" And you said, "Yeah," right?
Yeah. Yes.
And he said, "Take a minute and think because we have the records."
That's his way of
right?
warning her.
Right.
And you repeated the lie anyway.
Yes.
And, but you knew that they knew at that point that you might be lying.
Yes.
You knew that you might be getting caught
Yes.
and you didn't know what to do.
No, I did not.
So you just continued in your lie.
Yes.
And so you said that you had a conversation with Adam and he told you a day or two before taking Harmony to her mother that he was going to do that, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And you said that you figured he gave her to her mom because her mom, Crystal, had a place.
Yes.
But you didn't figure he gave her to her mom.
No.
You knew that she had died,
Yes.
and she had died in the car.
Yes.
She died in the car with you,
Yes.
and you knew it.
Yes.
And so when you said you're trying to convince the grand jury that you're telling the truth, right?
Right.
Because every time you lie to them, you are subject to 3.5 to 7.
Right.
And so you want them to believe you.
Right.
And then you tell them that one of the reasons that you didn't think about what was going on with Harmony was because you had a lot of stuff going on with your son.
I don't remember that.
Okay. You said that one of the reasons that Adam brought Harmony to her mom was because she had already been through so much with the state that he didn't want her to live in the car anymore, and she could live in a better place with Crystal.
Yes.
And that, again, was trying to get the grand jury to believe your story.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And you said Harmony was a normal kid, right?
Yes.
And that was not a lie.
No.
You said that she had issues like anybody else,
Yes.
and that was not a lie.
No.
And you said that you actually, when Adam came back without Harmony, you actually asked, did you take Harmony to Crystal, like you said? And he told you he had.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
You told the grand jury you didn't think it was strange that Adam didn't buy Harmony birthday cards or talk to Crystal about Harmony, right?
Right.
And they asked you why, and you said it was because you had your own issues with your eldest son, and with all that you and Adam were going through, you weren't thinking about Harmony or your eldest son.
Right.
And that is the son that is not of you and Adam, right?
Right.
That is the son that you were also visiting.
Yes.
And there was a lot going on with your son. Adam had a lot going on with Harmony. And so you just didn't think about all those things because it was too chaotic.
Yes.
And so while some of that might be true, that certainly wasn't why you weren't thinking about Harmony, or about Adam not staying in touch with Harmony, right?
Right.
Because you knew Adam was dead, right? Harmony was dead, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And so you just sort of made that up as a reason why things are going on in your head. So something that would be strange to other people wasn't strange to you, right?
Right.
It just sort of popped in your head. This is a good reason to give the grand jury to try and convince them I'm telling the truth.
Right.
But it was from a real life detail, right? That was going on in your life with your eldest son.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that Adam had been violent to you, so you believed that he had been violent to his daughter.
Yes.
But you hadn't seen anything.
Right.
And you told them that you were under the assumption that whole time that Harmony was with her mother.
Yes.
Another lie.
Yes.
You told the grand jury, obviously, you were thinking he did something wrong, but you didn't want to think about that, right?
Right.
And you said because you had the other kids too, right?
Right.
You had other stuff to think about.
Right.
When the prosecutor asked you, do you think it's a good possibility that Harmony's not around anymore? You said that could be a possibility, right?
Right.
You didn't tell them that you knew she was dead,
Right.
right? You didn't tell them that you were there when she died.
Right.
And that's kind of a lie by omission, right?
Yes.
It's like not telling them something to send them down the wrong road, right?
Right.
And when they asked you if you remembered any more about the day that Adam drove off with Harmony, you told them what you remembered. Seamus was 2 and Declan was 11
Months.
months. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if you remembered anything Adam said. And you said, no, not that I can. You sort of let it trail off, right?
Right.
You were asked if you were done with Adam at the time that you were testifying, right?
Right.
They said, are you done with him? And you said yes.
Right.
And are you saying that was a lie?
Yes.
Okay. And you told them that you kept insisting that all you knew was that Adam drove off with Harmony, and that was all you knew.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And that is protecting you.
And Adam.
It's actually pointing the finger at Adam, right?
No.
Okay.
Not
What?
when it's the lie.
Okay.
Jeez.
Because you told them that you thought Adam must have done something wrong with Harmony, right?
Right.
And you were pointing the finger at Adam, right?
Right.
And you were protecting you.
Right.
Okay. And when the subject of the items that Harmony had, you told him that Harmony had a sports cup with pink flowers, right?
I doubt it. I doubt it
I
truly.
don't remember telling them that. They showed me a picture of it.
Oh, okay. Do you remember telling them that?
I just remember the picture.
Did you tell them that she was wearing Nike sneakers
Yes.
and that she was wearing a Star Wars hoodie?
Yes.
And you talked to the jury with a straight face about remembering what she was wearing, right?
Yes.
Even though the Star Wars hoodie is what you cut off of her body in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
Okay. And you didn't have any problem talking about that to the grand jury, that that's what she was wearing, right?
Right.
But you did have a problem telling the grand jury the truth, that you were cutting off her clothes in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
And you said the last time you saw Harmony, she was happy.
Yes.
And you had no problem with that lie to the grand jury, right?
Right.
And the last time you saw Harmony, you thought she was asleep, but she was dead.
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that happened at the grand jury was you were talking about some of the things that the family did after eviction, right?
Yes.
And you talked about going to Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
And Colonial Village is what you've talked about on direct, pretty much where you kind of camped out during the weeks before you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And I think you told the grand jury that you went to your mom's around the 11th.
Yes.
And that seems about right?
Yeah, it was the beginning of December.
The 11th?
Like the beginning of the month of December.
Okay, well,
I call that the beginning. Sorry.
you'd been in the car for a couple of weeks before going to your mom's, right?
Right.
So you told them that your car had died and you slept in the car of your friend Anthony Badero for a weekend.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that that you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And you told them that Badero saw Harmony every day while living at the Colonial for that couple of weeks, right?
Yes.
And that was a slip up, right?
I don't remember.
Well, if you were telling the grand jury that Harmony died on November 30th, but you're talking about being in the car for a couple of weeks from the 20.
All right, hold on. No speaking objections. Please approach.
What's going on? Oh, that was God, look away for half a second.
But we told the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony was November 30th,
Yes.
which was 3 days after your eviction.
Yes.
But that you stayed at Colonial Village, you have said, for about 2 weeks
Yes.
after eviction, right?
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that Bordello saw Harmony every day behind the Colonial
Yes.
for those 2 weeks, right? That was a slip up, right?
No, because he did see her.
Okay. For 2 weeks?
He did see her a couple of times. Yes.
You said every day behind the Colonial?
Not every day.
Okay. For those 2 weeks, he saw her, right?
Yes.
For a couple of weeks, right?
A couple of days. During those weeks, he did see her for a couple of days.
Do you recall which days?
No, I just know we were still in the car.
Did Anthony Bordello didn't see y'all very much before you were parked at the Colonial, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did he see Harmony often?
Once in a while, if we drove to his place.
Okay. Would you go in to his place with Harmony?
No,
Okay.
we'd be in the car.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you a portion of your grand jury testimony. And ask you to read it to yourself. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And I will say that this starts after you're talking about the accidents that we've talked about earlier today.
Okay.
Now I'm going to show you a specific page, which is 45. And feel free to read anything that you want, but start at 45, going through until the subject changes, okay?
Okay.
You know, guys, we need to bring this up. Big information from T-Rex Trucking for $4.99. Want to make sure we're all aware. Did y'all know this woman lied to the grand jury? It's just a suspicion. It's not like she's been convicted on 2 counts of perjury or anything. I didn't know that. I'm glad you told us. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that information with chat. Much appreciated, T-Rex. This trial is hard, yeah. She's a bit, that's the problem. She is nuts. But that's what you get when you're the prosecutor. You don't get to pick your witnesses. So, yeah, she's definitely a Rhodes Scholar. Keep reading. I'm sure those brain cells are working overtime. Keep reading there. She's trying real hard, folks. It's Sean, not Sean. But yes, Jess, that's you're limited by what you have. You got to run with what you got. So, but yes, it is Sean, Sean, not the other way. So you know she can't read. Well, that might be the other issue. Not to joke, she might not understand some of the words being used. And now there's a sidebar, so we're gonna.
I'm starting at page 45. The prosecutor talked about, so you stayed near Colonial Village for a period of time, right?
Yes.
And he's talking about after eviction when you are staying in the car with the family behind Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
And you say yes. He asked if any.
Oh my God! with
Refresh
these.
your recollection.
Yes.
And at first, you told them that Badero saw Harmony.
That happens a lot.
Did you tell them that Badero saw Harmony for probably every day for like a couple of weeks?
Yes.
Was that the truth?
No, it was like every couple of days.
For the whole 2 weeks?
Yes.
He would go out there to the car, right? And talk to y'all, right?
Yes.
And sometimes he and Adam would go off and do stuff.
No.
Adam and he might actually give Badero, drive Badero in Badero's car for a while, right?
No.
And that's why was Badero coming out to the car for you?
Because we were getting drugs.
Okay. So you're saying Badero came out to the car to give you drugs?
Yes.
Okay. You said that Badero saw Harmony probably every day, but now you're saying it's probably every couple of days?
Yes.
And after you said that to the prosecutor, do you remember actually addressing the fact that you said that you hadn't seen Harmony after November 30th?
No.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether he raised that?
I'm sorry.
That he actually reminded you that you had said that Harmony went missing on the 30th, right?
Right.
And so he said, are you saying Badero saw Harmony before November 30th? And you said, yeah.
Yes, he did.
Okay. But you were actually saying also that Badero saw Harmony during that 2-week period that you were behind his place.
Right.
Okay. But you said that Harmony had disappeared, been gone, left.
Overruled.
So that was sort of a slip saying that, right?
Overruled.
No.
You're talking about events after the 30th where Badero is seeing Harmony at a time that you're telling the grand jury that Harmony has gone off. Adam took her to her mother.
After the 30th. He saw her before that.
Okay.
Okay.
For 2 weeks after eviction, while you're staying at Colonial Village, he saw her during those 2 weeks. Is that right?
Yes.
So eviction would be November 27th, right?
Yes.
And for that 2-week period, that would take you just shy of December 8, 9.
Yes.
And so you are saying that Mr. Badero is seeing Harmony in December.
Yes.
That was a slip, right?
No. I didn't know what the last time was that he saw her, but I know that he did see her every couple of days during that time.
Okay, but if Harmony was if you're saying that Harmony is gone since November 30th, how can somebody be seeing her in your car after November 30th?
Approach.
You can hear the brain cells just clicking together here for her.
On, you told the
Here we go.
jury that you got evicted on the 20.
Oh, that's not the issue. She is not stupid. She is fiendish, and she knows how to be she knows how to be manipulative. She definitely knows what she's doing. She's just screwing around and she's playing stupid. I mean, ultimately, yes. Is she dumb overall? Yes, but she is smart enough to play games, and she's playing games. But it's hard to tell what are games and what's her stupidity.
27.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that for 2 weeks from that eviction, you stayed at Colonial Village.
Yes.
But you told the grand jury that 3 days after that eviction, Adam took Harmony to his mother's,
Yes.
to her mother's,
Yes.
so that she was no longer in the car.
Yes.
But you also told the grand jury that Anthony Vadero saw Harmony throughout that 2 week period, right?
Right.
Okay. Are you saying that Harmony was in your car during that 2 week period for the Vadero? Are you telling the grand jury that he was in your car for that 2 week period after Adam had taken Harmony to her mother's?
Yes, because that didn't happen.
Overruled.
Pardon?
Yes, because she didn't actually go missing on November 30th. So yes, he did see her.
Okay. So that was actually the truth,
Right.
right? And it was a truth that was very inconsistent with the lie that you had been telling, right?
Right.
So you sort of slipped up there, but it got missed, right?
Yes.
After that, maybe it is a good spot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time for our mid-afternoon break. We'll take about 15 minutes. And we'll come back and resume the testimony. I'll ask you to just stay here. Please rise for the jurors.
Oh, God, that was just horrible. God, Kayla, you are a moron. You are a horrible, horrible woman. Lying about all this stuff is just absolutely disgusting. You know, that's the weird part about this.
All right, she can step down, have about a 15-minute break, and then she can come on back to the stand. All right, everybody, 15 minutes.
15-minute break. We're almost done for the day. We got like a half hour left, I guess. 15 minutes. Let's see what happens.
The jurors. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the grand jury, you were asked about those car accidents, remember?
Yes.
And you said that you recalled two and that Harmony was in the car for one of them, but she wasn't in the car for the other, right?
Yes.
And that you couldn't remember why she wasn't in the car for the other, right? And you thought that that was a November accident that she wasn't in the car for.
Right.
Is that the December accident that she wasn't in the car for?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember that Tabitha Scott was in the November 29th accident, was in the car during that?
Yes.
Okay. So you thought it was November, but you're probably talking about the December accident where Harmony wasn't in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember on direct that the prosecutor asked you to look at the grand jury?
Yes.
I'm sorry, at this jury. Do you remember when he asked you here to look at this grand jury?
Yes.
And
Overruled.
I said grand jury again, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you remember at the end of your direct testimony, the prosecutor asked you to look at this jury?
Yes.
And he asked you, did you kill Harmony? And you looked at this jury and you said no?
Yes.
Do you remember that the prosecutor at the grand jury asked you to look at the grand jurors?
Yes.
And he asked you to tell them what happened to Harmony and you said you didn't know?
Yes.
So looking at jurors while you're lying doesn't change the lie, right?
Right.
So you also told the grand jury that neither Adam nor anyone else asked you to lie about what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
And that lie that you told the grand jury, you told them freely, right?
Yes.
And it was a lie that you and Adam came up with when you didn't want DCYF in taking your kids or blaming either of you or anything like that, right?
Right.
And that lie protected you and let the investigation focus on Adam.
Yes.
You also told the grand juror that when you contacted Adam and told him to come back to Maine and he came back to Maine, you said that once there, Adam said, tell them I brought her to her mother, right?
Yes.
And that was sort of the truth, right?
Yes.
As he said, you'll be okay, just stick with the story, right?
Right.
You didn't have to worry.
Right.
He would be there for you.
Right.
One of the, in the grand jury, unlike this jury, the individual jurors were allowed to ask you questions, right?
Yes.
And so you not only had a prosecutor asking you questions, you had individual grand jurors asking you questions, right?
Yes.
And you lied to them, right?
Yes.
You told them that you were actually feeling scared for Harmony at some point, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You still have that grand jury testimony there?
Yes.
And I'm going to point you to page 64, and this is to refresh your recollection. If you would check out, it's about halfway down the page that the conversation starts, but you can check before that to make sure, and on to the next page.
What's his word? Tahi? Tahi? That's the, Kayla. Oh.
Okay.
So, when you were talking about meeting up with Adam when he came back from Maine and he told you to tell them that he took Harmony to her mother, you were actually asked about the fact that the investigation is going on, right?
Yes.
And you told this jury that you had actually seen Crystal on the news talking about her missing daughter, right? I'm sorry, not at the grand jury today, to this jury.
Yes.
And when, in light of that, when Adam said, I took her to her mother, do you remember being asked at that point again?
Yeah, she's a very
Did it
slow
make
reader.
you wonder what really happened to Harmony? And you said, yeah, it did, right?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked if you were scared for Harmony at that point?
Yes.
Telling the grand jurors that you were scared for her.
Yes.
And you were telling the grand jurors this at a time that you knew that she was dead.
Yes.
And you insisted you didn't know what happened to her, right?
Right.
Now, these are several more lies that you've told the grand jury, right?
Right.
And you talked to this jury about Adam in the spring of 2020. Accusing you of things and punching you.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that he punched you 2 times, right?
It was more than that. But
Okay.
yes, I did.
And you told them that you left Adam because you saw abuse as a kid and you didn't want your kids surrounded by that stuff.
Yes.
And that's when you left Adam in March of 2021, right?
Yes.
But you actually left him also in April or in the spring of 2020 for a very short period of time, right?
I don't remember that.
You don't recall leaving with the kids for a couple of times in the spring of 2020?
No.
Okay. Because the spring in 2020 is when you started talking about the first time that Adam started thinking weird things were happening, right?
Yeah, but I didn't leave him. We still lived in the same. We just moved to the Union Street apartment building.
Okay. And you didn't just leave for a bit and go to a friend's for a day or so?
No.
Okay.
I remember I left for a couple hours with the kids, but I went back to the house. I went back to the apartment.
Okay. So one of the times that he was feeling like there were cameras and stuff, you just had to get away from him, right?
He fell asleep, so I took the kids.
It's like you knew the right time to come back. Hello.
I was getting a lot of calls from CPS and other institutes to make a welfare check.
Oh my gosh. I was saying normally they don't prosecute people for perjury or uphold their deals. If this is the best she can do on the stand, they should blow her out of the water and put her in jail for as long as possible.
I just want Elaine, Monday
hustled,
morning.
She hustled the prosecutors on this. Good for her.
Yeah, but Monday morning, Elaine shall try to put her as a possible guilty,
Yes.
because so far it's been 2.5 hours of you lied. Yeah.
Mhm.
So you're lying. Yeah. When you lied, Yeah. Back when you lied, did you lie? Yes. So you are a lying liar who lies. Yeah.
But I get it. But if I was Elaine and this is something you can hammer on repeatedly, and it's not that she just lies once, but she lies a million times, cover all 1 million lies. Because these are all pretty serious lies, I guess, in this situation.
The only problem it has is the judge have denied them the right to take notes.
Mm-hmm. But they're gonna. But it'll be easy enough to say. Do you guys remember? And like you probably got bored listening to it. How many times does this woman lie? All she does is lie. I mean that is good. I mean that's some good stuff. So
yeah, but I just want to have one of the things I thought about when I heard the testimony, because she's a very jealous woman.
Yeah.
And the prosecutor went into it and said, "Oh, Adam beat her up because he looked like Crystal." They should turn that around on her and said, "Isn't it funny he never hurt any of your kids? Why was it only poor little Harmony? Because he didn't do it, did he? You did it because you couldn't stand looking in the face of another woman because you're still madly in love with Adam."
Oh, I think that'd be a great way to do it, and that's a theory I would focus on.
Yeah. Hey, T-Bone's in chat. Hey, T-Bone.
So, yeah, no, this is not looking good for her. I mean, at this point, I don't like how she's performing, and I guess the prosecutor has to accept it because this is her.
Yeah, and she's just you could clearly feel that she got a little something in her lunchbox, and now she's dozing off again.
Oh, a little bit. And reading is not her strong suit at all.
Or staying awake for more than 5 minutes at the time.
Well, that too, yes. Hey, Hella, how you doing? Yes, press the like button. Thank you. So, all right, guys. Well, we're going to bring in the home stretch here.
Can I just answer Waywus?
Yeah,
Why
sure,
isn't she on trial for murder? Because she sang.
Because I think they also believe, I think ultimately deep down they believe he did it, not her.
Yeah, but how is she not an accomplice to murder? That's my problem.
And I think they're willing to let her go as an accomplice to get him. You know, they're willing to trade because they want him.
Yeah.
So
and but without her, if they don't find her credible, they don't have a case.
Well, I would argue, yeah, it truly hurts her case. So, yeah, that's why they're not going after her. They're going to leave it be.
Yeah.
Also, they just know, like, oh my God, you're going after the poor mommy in this case. It's like, yeah, they know better because it looks bad. So, all right, guys. Well, here we go.
Left.
Yeah, because he was acting very strange.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm going to move on from the grand jury testimony for now. Take that back away from you if you'd like. Thank you. When the grand jury testimony was over, you were able to leave. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were still out in public on bail.
Yes.
And by the way, I was told that I did mess up again. Adam was arrested January 4 and you were arrested January 5. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. So you are out, but you have certain conditions that require that you, report to the police station?
Yes.
You have to report in person. How many times did you have to report?
Every day.
every day you had to come to the police station so that they would know that you were around, right?
Yes.
And so you were doing that before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you were doing it after the grand jury.
Yes.
And every day you're at the police station. And one day, and it was June 3rd, you
Yes.
come in for a reporting day, right?
Yes.
Or a reporting time, sorry. And you got arrested.
Yes.
And you kind of knew that that might happen because you knew that you had lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you got arrested for 2 charges of perjury before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And it was about your shift at Dunkin' Donuts.
Yes.
And it was about the location of Dunkin' Donuts.
Yes.
And we talk about a whole lot more lies that you told the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you didn't get arrested for any of those lies, right?
Right.
And probably talked about more than 20 lies that you told the grand jury,
Yes.
maybe more.
Yes.
And you got 2 charges for lying to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Now, before testifying in front of the grand jury, you had some other prior convictions, right?
Yes.
One was for false information to a police officer,
Yes.
and one was for altering a prescription drug.
Yes.
And you got incarcerated on that one on a probation violation in 2013
Yes.
and got out in 2014.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that that you and Adam got together.
Yes.
And you were together but got married in 2017.
Yes.
And you got married on Harmony's birthday.
Yes.
And that was intentional, right?
It wasn't supposed to be on her birthday.
Okay.
We were getting married before our son was born, and he came 3 weeks early, and he ended up being born the day before Harmony's birthday. And we were planning a baby shower wedding that Sunday, and we ended up having the JP come to our house and marry us while I was in the middle of contractions, and then we had the baby.
And that was, you did it during the shower because friends and loved ones had been there too.
Yeah, that's what we were supposed to do, but we didn't get to.
Okay.
Have you ever been
And
to a baby shower /
when you went to the grand jury, you were also
Have I ever been to a baby
facing
shower
other
what?
felonies
/
at the
birth?
time, right?
She was having
No.
contractions while they had the baby
Yeah,
shower.
not like that. No. That's a very white trash way of doing it.
Could they just put the priest in there so they could have all 3 at a time? That'll be
Yes.
you could make a country music song about that.
You probably could, because this is very white trash. I mean, jeez Christ. Oh,
It's just we were supposed to do had contractions. Okay.
yeah. Yes. Yes, sure, 13. They were so worried about the appearance of a child out of wedlock. Yes, that's... Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
At the time,
Yeah.
that was confusing. On May 20th, when you went to the grand jury, you had some felonies that you had been charged with but had not been resolved.
Yes.
And 2 of them were for receiving stolen property.
Yes.
And one of them was a theft by deception.
Yes.
And although you got charged for them, they were dismissed as a part of the agreement that you reached with the state, right? And when you were out on bail on the 3rd, they held you for a few days, right?
Yes.
And you got rebailed for those perjury convictions, right?
Yes.
So the day that you came in, they had to arrest you and book you, and you had to go to jail. And eventually, 3 or 4 days later, you were able to get out on bail.
Yes.
Same bail conditions as before.
Yes.
No changes.
No.
And you were supposed to be of good behavior.
Yes.
And you were supposed to be drug and alcohol free.
Yes.
And you got rearrested. You were supposed to remain arrest free too, right?
Yes.
And you got rearrested, right?
Yes, because I missed court.
Pardon?
I missed court, so I got arrested.
They found you and arrested you on a capias for missing court, but you also got charged with prescription drugs.
Yes.
And that case went away as well on the day of your plea to the perjury indictments,
Yes.
right?
So much dead air here.
Yeah, but it's gonna end soon because now she gets the owies in the cup.
Yeah. Well, it's a very
Third,
convenient time for the
and
headache.
your interview with the police. You certainly didn't know that day that you would be arrested when you walked in for your check-in, right?
Right.
And on that day when you walked in and got arrested on your check-in, you didn't know if you would be able to walk out.
Right.
They might hold you in jail again for perjury.
Right.
Because it's a pretty serious offense, right? And you knew that when you raised your hand and swore an oath to the grand jury that if you lied to them, it would be a very serious thing.
Yes.
And so you were kind of concerned that you may not be able to get back out on bail when you got arrested.
Yes.
And you said you were ready to talk.
Yes.
You said you wanted to give a statement, right?
Right.
And you did not have an agreement when you said that, right?
Right.
You did not have any negotiation when you said that, right?
Right.
The AG had not actually met up with you at all when you said that, right?
Right.
And you wanted to make sure that you got out as soon as you could, right?
Right.
And so your attorney was called.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there was a sort of agreement reached before you gave your statement, right?
Right.
And you didn't get immunity for crimes, right?
Right.
And you didn't get future immunity for any crimes that you might commit.
Right.
But you did get an agreement that whatever you said that day couldn't be used against you.
Right.
And that they would look at what you said that day, and if they wanted to use it, then you might be able to reach an agreement.
Right.
And so that wasn't the immunity from everything that you had wanted, right?
Right.
That wasn't the no time deal that you had wanted, right?
Right.
That wasn't the ankle monitor that you had wanted, right?
Yeah.
And there was certainly no guarantee or conversation about you and your future life with your children.
Right.
But you knew they had you solid on the perjury, right?
Right.
You were never getting around that one, right?
Right.
And so you decided that this would probably be the best that you could do to get as few consequences for your actions as possible.
Yes.
Are you okay?
My head hurts. I'm like having a migraine.
My fingers hurt.
I just made a short of Jamie's comment too, and she was just like, poor little baby.
Are you pretty sure on this?
Yes, I can still.
Mean Girl.
We're at the end. I was going to hold off on this. I think we're at the end here. So
Yeah, there's nothing more. We're just gonna
That's
start
it.
up Monday again.
okay. So yeah, mom of the year right there, guys. Mom of the year. Mom of the year.
Well, she
So-
only has 4 kids, so
Yeah, and she popped another one out with this guy after she watched him kill a kid.
Yeah.
Gotta want the benefit checks rolling in. This is for Hella for $14.99 Australian dollar dues. Says this is for future Mrs. Mark 2.0. Thanks for being a mate, matey, and you to Sean. I am also number 7 forever. Maha ha 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 ha. Oh, see, it's the greatest thing. Like they're already like they're treating themselves like a cult. They're assigning them numbers and rules and things like that, and I don't even have to be involved. So it's like
You just
like,
have to provide the Nike ones.
It's like a Roomba. It just goes around, it does it on its own.
Yeah. You
Thank
just
you,
stock
Ella.
the fridge with some not Jello shots, but
Yeah, she
What's
knows
the
how
stuff?
Harmony. She knows how Harmony felt when Adam was bashing her head in. Oh, I bet she did.
yeah.
So she has 3 kids with that turd. Well, 2 turds. Those 2 turds together have 3 kids together.
Yeah. And she has I think like a 14-year-old son she doesn't see.
Yeah.
And she has Sean and Declan with Adam punching, and the girl's name I haven't heard. Who's that? She was the one who was born on her baby shower while they were. I saw Porcelain Thunder saying that it was a wheat-shaped cake with porcelain with a little crack as
It
decoration.
doesn't surprise me. And I bet her birthday, or I bet her baby shower is done. I also she went in labor, but I bet they waited until like month 9 to get the baby shower done. I don't think the baby. Well, the baby could have been preemie too. Who knows? Either way, it just sounds horrible.
Yeah, but again, you register with your local crack dealer, and you say, "Oh, I'd like a big rock, a small," so they know what to get you for the baby shower.
Exactly.
Yeah, and please buy the expensive diapers so we can sell them on and buy crack.
And Lefty's been a member from one month. Says you bathe in cream cheese.
Lefty, it's Tay-Tay Day. Please stop the racisms.
I read that in a non-very Aussie way. Well, I know that's because I'm not very Aussie. So, Stephanie is saying, "Oh, she had another after Harmony went missing." Yes. Why don't these pieces of trash use birth control? She didn't want to use birth control. She wanted to add more to her brood.
Yeah. My body, my choice. And the welfare checks are pretty good for rock too.
That's ultimately the issue there. So
yeah, and just remember, before I know all of you saw her pains and thought, oh, poor little baby. She kept taking the welfare checks for poor little Harmony, who she clearly knew was dead. She still took the welfare checks for her. So she kept the lie about Harmony being alive going.
And that's a shame, is right. There is this. This is a very weird dynamic in white trash subculture. The criminal element part of it, at least. Yeah, this is a weird thing where women will. They always have a crack daddy in one way or another.
Yeah. I was riding by. I was out getting some food with a girlfriend, and I rode by the 2 worst looking guys in my life and a pretty hot young girl, and said, "How the hell?" And she said, "Drugs. It's always drugs."
It's drugs, or they just got a ton of money. So
yeah,
yes, more than likely drugs. So yeah, this is both these guys need to get foot in the wood chipper. That's kind of where I'm at with this.
And the wood chipper that day should be set to low, so it takes just a little longer to go through.
It should have the auto feed on, so it like starts taking them in, spits them back out, taking them in, spitting them back out, so it doesn't choke on them. Yeah. I mean, he wants to do a NutriBullet. We'll show you a NutriBullet. I'll show you.
That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Again, Have you ever used one of these? It can barely take a frozen strawberry
Yeah.
from each other.
Well, I mean, but that's part of the crackhead logic. Also, if the kid is liquefying at this point, like once you thaw her out, she's basically liquefying. Why would you need to use a blender? And then how
Yeah.
are you going to blend the bones? Now, if you had used one of those blend tech, like have you ever seen those? Videos on YouTube
Those big ones where they just
where the guy says, "Will it blend?"
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is a couple of years ago where he fed like iPhones into them and stuff. Yeah, you need a blend tech blender, and that'll take care of it probably. But like you'd have to grind up all the bones and stuff.
But do you know how hard it is to steal a blend trick vendor instead of this one at a store?
Oh yeah. Well, blend techs are serious, so
Yeah, you can hide 2 of these in your bra if
Yeah.
you get a big enough bra. So yeah, it's I love crack people because even their best excuses are the worst in the world.
Oh yeah, no, they're funny to listen to when you don't have to deal with the case. That's what makes them all right. When it's your case, you don't want to hear them. So
We had a lady once who also kind of got a pick me up during the lunch break, and she was sitting there, and she really wanted another chance. She had 5 cars repossessed because driving without a license and stuff like that. But this time she would do better. But you don't have a license because you're a massive crackhead. Oh, well, speed is what they take here. I said, no, and you know all the little moves that they're making all the time, and the fingers are just going. No, I really stopped because I got in contact with my son again. And I started living a better life. So the judge said, "Oh, so how often do you see your son?" "Well, I just got in contact with him a year ago, and he's older now, and he has a girlfriend, so I haven't been pushing so much." "Oh, but do you talk to him?" No, but I just got his contact information a year ago." "Well, we're probably not gonna."
Oh, exactly.
Yeah. Oh,
Yes.
probably not be a big win in the column of we should give you a second chance.
Yes, and then the content lasagna. So the lasagna who appears to be pretty okay with things in life, or it's a lasagna full of content. I'm not sure, full of shorts and tweets. It could, like I said, it can go either way. It's the content lasagna. Says it's not what you're stealing or that you're stealing, it's where you're stealing. Choose California. That is also part of the issue. Yes, choose California to do your stealing, and you can pretty much get away with it. So,
But if I go to California to steal, let's make a hypothetical. I'm going to Tennessee, and I'm going to fly out to see Jessica Reloaded. And when I'm visiting Jessica, I think I'm going to steal some bullet blenders, and I move back over to Tennessee to meet up with people. Would it be a federal crime?
I mean, like, kind of technically, but the bigger, like, they would just prosecute you locally. They're not going to do a federal case on you. The U.S. Attorney's Office has like real problems doing real crimes. So, and it's not the fact necessarily you cross state lines, but let's say you stole them and you fenced them in another state, that would definitely make it federal. And by fencing, I mean selling them off.
Yeah. Oh, if I take them back to Denmark and send it, I could get international crime.
You get Interpol. Yeah, you'd be in The Hague. That'd be a fun one. Then you can pull like the Serbian guy at the end and drink your special drink.
In the middle of the courtroom.
Yes. I'm Hospice Jess for $4.99. Thank you, Jess. Saying thanks for the stream, Sean. Thank you. Follow says Baker, thanks for cleaning that up. It's been a great stream. Yes.
Yeah, that's the good part of having someone on who sit through it, because sometimes you miss stuff when you do these rewatches because some of it is mind-numbingly boring.
And T-Rex wanted to make sure, I want to make sure you know this too, okay? This is a very important super chat. Did you know this woman lied to the grand jury twice? No. And he says it's just a suspicion. He says he's not sure, but he thinks she might have been convicted of perjury twice.
So she might have been lying when she lied.
Yeah.
I'll have to rewatch this show and see if Elaine puts it forward at any point that she lied.
I'm thinking. I mean, but yeah, there's so much this woman has lied about. You have to attack all of it because, point out like none of it's credible. Oh my gosh! So the amount of lying was ridiculous, and she had to read so much of her grand jury testimony.
I would just have done. I don't know why Elaine couldn't do like you take a whiteboard or you take somewhere and said, oh, so you lied about Harmony being dead. Okay, well, so that's a lie, or put it on the board, so people really could see how bad she is. Because so you lied, you kept getting the welfare checks. Okay, let's put that on the board. You never told anyone. The year after you separated from Adam and you stayed at that halfway house, you still didn't tell anyone. Oh, you got rearrested because you didn't keep the terms of your parole after you got a sweetheart deal. She's such an idiot.
Oh yeah, she is. She is. But this is kind of like par for the course, though. In cases that, like, the everyday cases you deal with, stupid people. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. This is normally how it goes.
I was told by the judge after my first year as a juror, I had heard every single excuse you will hear ever. There are 4 different excuses, and they just reiterate them in some kind of way. It wasn't me. I wasn't there. I didn't mean to, or I can't remember the last one. But there's always like
it's 4. Not what it looks like.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. And you hear the same 4 over and over and over again. And he said, if you ever hear one that's not one of those 4, you must acquit and just say, okay, stop the trial. He's free to go.
You're because saying, if it's original enough, you're like, good enough for me.
Yeah, we never heard that one before. Let's wrap it up. But we had a guy who claimed he was 4 different geographical locations at the same time. Yeah. Luckily, the police arrested him, so we knew where he was.
Very funny.
So I love being in court.
Yes, and Hella says, "Is it hard? It's hard to get convicted of perjury, right?" Yes, but when you're a moron and they can prove it, especially when you do it when it's involving the murder of a 5-year-old little girl, they're more than likely going to go try and bury you for it, especially when they think you sat there in the car and watched a little girl get beat to death, and then you hope covered it up. So yes, it's hard to do, but if you make it easy for them, they'll take advantage of it. And I'm sure she did.
And they will do it when they need you to talk. Because hadn't they needed her as the star witness in this case, she wouldn't have gotten done for perjury. They didn't want to waste time with her.
Yes.
She would just get some, go into rehab and shut the F up.
Very true.
But that's why I think all those plea deals you can make in America are a bit slimy.
Yes, it is very unusual to be convicted of perjury. That is a very hard. That's a very, like, if you do that, that's impressive to get convicted of it.
Yeah, because you have to prove that you didn't just say it by mistake.
And then you have to go back and prove through the whole lie too.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. Oh, so, I look forward to talking to you about the whole plea deal thing, because it sounds like you have some thoughts on that.
Well, I hate two things about the American system is plea deals and politics.
Yes.
So we're going to have a great talk that night. I was just going to sit here, old man yell at cloud.
No, that's fine. Hey, it's old men can yell at the clouds.
That's why we get older.
Yeah. Oh, here, where is it? Where do you guys look at? This is when having a pair of gloves a few sizes too small would come in handy. I understand that reference. Oh, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, Mama Saurus, there were 2 years and 11 months. That's correct. And they didn't see anything. They didn't notice anything when he constantly smashed the poor girl in the face. They didn't notice. We just threw a blanket over her. So, yeah. Well, AG biochemist, she kind of did get out of it because she's serving a 2-year sentence out of a maximum of 14 years, and the rest of it is it's unsuspended. So she's not going to serve any time, and she clearly had a part in this.
Yes. Well, yes, and the kids in the car were 2 years old, were 11 months and 2 months old. Yeah, they were little kids, so nothing they could do about that. So, so with that said, guys, we are going to wrap this up here. Baker, thank you for coming back on again. Remember, guys,
Well,
if you want to see,
I could feel your life force draining out of you, so I just wanted to come back and
Just a
make
little
sure you
bit.
didn't sleep.
oh no, I'm alive. Okay, I'm okay. The future Mrs. Martin would throw something at me to keep me awake. What I did want to say though is, guys, if you're interested in this trial, tomorrow, Broken Baker will be working this. He will be running this thing. They will be starting back off where we left off. You guys want to join him over there, and it's over at, youtube.com/@thebrokenbaker. So, just want you guys to know that. And that's where he's going. He's got that. He's also got some stuff in some goofy languages that don't make sense.
Well,
They're not
it's a girl who showed up in 231 pieces. So yeah.
Yes. Oh. Oh wow. So
he was caught by his well, he was caught on we have it's a town called Aalborg where there's a street that's just bars and clubs, and he had picked up a girl at 6 a.m. at a bus stop, and she didn't show up again. And 3 days later, they find him because they saw his car. It's heavily videotaped, that area, so they saw his car. He had an aftermarket installed GPS that he thought he could turn off because apparently he liked to drive around looking for girls. And they could follow his entire trip. But she slipped and fell, broke her own neck, and instead of taking him to the hospital, he took him home, and where she passed away. And when you have a big problem...
we've all been there. We've all been there. Why do you seem so doubting?
Well, normally we call it asphyxiation, sexual asphyxiation, but he thought, I have a big problem. Let's make it smaller. So he spent 2 days turning her into 231 pieces and poured lye on it, not lime, but lye. And then he went into a forest, dug a hole, threw some of it in there, and thought, it'll be fine. Just threw the rest on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So he was caught, and they could follow him all night long where he drove because there was a mistake with the GPS system, so it kept recording.
Yes,
so everyone.
Well, Just Cause says it was like a puzzle, kind of.
Yeah. Well, they couldn't really tell if she had been sexually violated because there was not enough to check.
Yes.
So he got off on that charge.
So he had 231 pieces. Do you think he took a bite of her?
No indications of any fire. He didn't seem like the type because he was more like a deviant. He had one of the
raw like
witnesses.
sashimi.
Oh, maybe, yeah. But he had one of the witnesses was a girl he hooked up with on Facebook, claiming he was 16 when she was 13 or 14.
Ooh.
Later, he admitted because he had a car, said, "Well, I'm 19," and she saw his driver's license. He was 26 at the time.
Oh wow.
So yeah, he was an a-hole.
Hopefully that'll translate because I might actually listen to that. This sounds interesting.
I did in both Danish and English,
but
it was one of my first, and there's no video, so I just have to talk about it.
Oh, all right.
So yeah,
I'll have to. I think I might listen to that. That sounds pretty cool. Coming up. So guys, yes, Baker will be doing this tomorrow, 8 a.m. That said, for me tonight, we're gonna wrap this up. Starting, I know it says the Super Bowl starts at 6:30, but it's like that's like 30 minutes of like nobody cares about stuff. So about 7 o'clock, we will start up. We're going to be doing a members only stream here for YouTube. I need to start giving you guys some of that because we got 1 million members now. But also we'll be simultaneously on local streaming it as well. Just be hanging out, like nothing special. So I think it'll be a fun time. You know, Baker, if you're hanging around, I know it'll be sleepy time for you coming up over there.
Yeah, I'll try to jump in. Normally I get up and try to watch at least until halftime show.
Oh, you do?
But
Okay.
I'll try to see if I wake up around
yeah,
because that would be 1:30 my time. I might wake up.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I know it's late for you, but if you want to, you're welcome to stop by. I'm going to send out some invitations. But yeah, we'll do that, and we'll.
Yeah, I have some chicken tenders I can heat up and stuff like that. Be really American.
Yeah, the
And some
finest
moonshine.
of tendies, the finest of chicken tendies.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're turning into American before you know you're going to have a cowboy hat.
I already, I don't know if, do you know Caitlin Cummins? She's on with the expert on Fridays sometimes.
I'm
asked
not
her-
familiar with her.
I've asked her if I can borrow her. She has one that's pink.
Mm.
Because I want to have a croc cowboy boots with spurs on, a pink cowboy hat, and some chaps when I go to Tennessee.
There you go.
I bet I will get all the tail.
You
beaten
definitely
up.
will. Well, wear a Davy Crockett hat, wear a coonskin cap, a raccoon hat. You'll
Yeah.
definitely get all the tail.
All beaten up.
So, all right, guys. So, like I said, thank you for being here tonight, Baker. Thank you for stopping in. Everybody who's here in chat, I know I saw you out there, Hella. Saw you out there, McKinley. If I didn't see anybody else out there, my bad. I missed you. But we'll be starting up at 7:00. So, have a great night and take care, guys.